Not sponsored.
There we go. All right. So, we are indeed rocking and a rolling here for the first ever donor exclusive session of an Ascendosaur tabletop experience. And that means it's going to be time to introduce our players and their characters. Up first, I'll just point out that I am Pronogo, and here is where we do all kinds of tabletop stuff. If you want in on this donor experience, which is kind of epic, honestly, you can go over to the Ascendosaur Coffee and pledge $30 per month. That will give you 2 sessions per month, $15 a session. It's a pretty good deal. We have recently gotten another player inducted into that fold. It is Balethal, who is watching along silently right now. And as a result of him joining us for the month of August, this is going to be one of those sessions that was supposed to be last month, but I had my vacation. So this is the makeup session for the people who had already donated, but we will have, on average, 2 sessions per month. So starting next session, Balethal will be able to join us. So it'll be interesting to figure out how exactly to put him into the party by the end of this session, however you guys end up moving through it. So we'll figure that one out later on, but we will have a 4th guy joining. And I think we're going to cap it at 4 per game, just because I think that'll be better for pacing. But to start things off in our first session, we will have 3 player characters, and that means we have 3 players. So up first, if it's all right, I'll ask Three Crow to introduce himself and his character. How are you, Three Crow?
Doing pretty good. Welcome everyone to the donor session. I've been very excited for this. My character is Tiber. I am playing as a custom race called the Gogrami that Pronogo created based on the Goliaths. Let me mute my phone because it is being very disrespectful.
Got him.
How in-depth do you want me to go with this character intro?
I think probably just like a quick shorthand about, like, you know, character's personality, anything noteworthy about him. Obviously, because you're a Gogrami, which is a custom race, you can anything that like is you were influenced for why you ended up picking that kind of thing. You could say that, but something about like less than a minute, if possible, for the introduction would probably be good.
Okay, well, to keep it short and sweet, one of the cool things about the Gogrami are that they are born of the earth. So my character basically came into being during the formation of an archipelago. He spent some time with no civilization, just kind of figuring things out, and he was eventually picked up by some sailors. And I will get into more details about that later in the campaign. But I'm very excited to explore that perspective of kind of just coming into being and learning about the world.
Yeah, pretty novel. Definitely, like, you have to wonder what kind of precognitions, preconceived notions you might have as an entity of the Earth. And so you are a magma origin Gogrami as well. So that means that your character has a little bit of I guess you could say, like lava components and stuff. So that'll be interesting. All right. That means that it's time for the Shambler to introduce his character. The Shambler, who are you? What are you? What is going on here?
I am Nathaniel Kaiser, a lost prince from a very faraway land, possibly the last of his now ruined house. Through a series of many unfortunate events involving a brief stint of slavery, on quite a few pirate ships, Nathaniel has ended up in a land that does even recognize, among its most educated people, the name of his kingdom, even though it was quite a power back where he was from. He is sworn to a goddess of fate and has recently found himself drawn to the cult of a local war god, due in part to his tragic circumstances, needing to draw upon some strength. So he's in a bit of a crossroads right now, we can say, and has focused himself upon maintaining his personal honor and just trying to do right in what is a rather unfortunate set of circumstances. And part of that is by helping Three Crow's character Tiber get back on his feet, because it was Tiber who had freed Nathaniel and set him back onto land once again. And through a chance encounter, they met. They reunited after Nathaniel had put himself together, and Tiber had gone through some tragedies of his own, and he felt he owed a debt of honor, a life debt even, to the Rock Man. And so Nathaniel has gone about using his resources to try and get them both employed.
And there it is. All right. It's also worth pointing out that you guys are both playing as bespoke classes, which I'm sure will be interesting to develop later on, but not super, like, you guys will figure out how to incorporate that into your character. And lastly, but certainly not least, we do have my brother, my homie, also known as Shoulder on the Discord server, because somebody called him that too many times when he wasn't Shoulder. What's up, dude? Who is you? You?
I am you. My character's name is Akaxi. It is a brand new race, the Aranask race, that is spider folk, created by Pronogo, of course. He is a shadow magic sorcerer, and his main thing is power. Power is what matters, and that comes in many forms, whether it's knowledge or just simply the power to kill or dismantle others. He's fairly new to his ties to the what I believe was what we're calling the Netherrealm now, right? That's our Shadowfell.
Oh, well, there's basically my thought there is that there's probably a bunch of different, like, Netherrealms, so that would be the generic term for it, but I did have a term. The particular term, that the place that you were, was a realm known as Ashgan, but I don't know that you would know that as a character, but that's what it is for your players' sake, if you want to leave a note or something.
Yeah, just for the introduction's sake. He is fairly new to Ashgan and the power that it is bestowed upon him, so we will see how that continues to affect the way he grows. But he is also curious in discovering that power. Due to the way his Aranasks are, they live in the Tenebral. He has not seen the light yet, as he is very young. So we will see what he plans to do with this group. He does not know the other two yet.
Yeah, that's right. You guys are both coming in here as so the two less Underdark-oriented creatures, because the Tenebral is essentially the Isindasaur Underdark. Those two, Tiber and Nathaniel, are like past acquaintances, as mentioned by Shambler earlier in his introduction. You guys have banded together alongside a mercenary troop and sort of sellsword band, which was collected as a set of individuals who would, in theory, safeguard the area around the Terath Mound, which I'm zooming in on here on the stream. So you guys probably all met around Stedgori or Pylast, and then essentially traveled over here on a short march with that very same mercenary group. Because every 50 years or so, there is an incursion from the Tenebral with the intent on massacring the innocents of the surface races, shall we say. And, you know, there's orcs involved, and there's probably drow involved from time to time. Of course, fanciful tales can really get out of hand at certain times, so it's not always immediately apparent which sorts of creatures are going to be emerging. But for the last few incarnations of this attack, it's actually been the surface world that has beaten them back preemptively, so a sort of preemptive strike. This time around, you guys ended up banding together, and you happen to sort of chance upon the same, where Akaxi happens to be lurking at this time. So that's essentially the impetus for how you guys all end up meeting. But as of right now, we are actually starting without you guys having met, and so that'll be an interesting time, I think. So one of the things that I wanted to also point out is that you will have already, with relative ease, have beaten back some of the orcish defenders, the goblinoids, the sort of creatures, the lesser minions of whatever force was attempting to be amassed. But some among you would have already noticed that this group seemed to be very disorganized. There aren't any veterans of the previous sort of cleansing, if you will, the previous hunt, as it were. So there's nobody around who could tell you definitively that this is different than before, but somebody did take a look at the notes. It was a slight human woman named Leoza Kenson, identified herself as such. She's a sort of knight mage combo as far as her combat capabilities, and she had come in handy quite a bit using her ability to create light throughout your travels so far. But she did pretty repeatedly say that her understanding of the notes was that past incursions basically ran into much tougher resistance. So that's something that's already kind of weighing on your minds as you progress through the cavern. Your company was initially some 50 strong men and women. However, so far, with some attrition due to the limited resistance you have fought, and the fact that a group of them split off, you are now currently down, with present company included, to 5 people on a particular scouting mission down one of the caves that you have found. So this is a situation where, Nathaniel and Tiber, having known each other, obviously would have stuck together. But the other 3 of your troop, the aforementioned Leoza, and then 2 knights named Eric and Christoph, have joined you in this sort of quest towards wherever this really dark cave happens to lead. So, with all that said, is there any adjustments or questions that you have about the sort of initial point before we progress into the first area, the first open area where your cave lets out?
That's for those 2, correct?
Yeah. If you have any questions about where you're at right now, let me know. But I can tell you right now that it will be. Yeah. There's going to be.
Is this?
Go ahead.
Is this? Has there been enough maneuvering room for me to be mounted, or is it like I'm just on my feet right now?
No, you would have had to leave your horse behind you wouldn't have been able to lead it too deep into the caves. But we can say that you could have made the decision whether to leave your horse in the care of some of the scouts that remained behind before even entering the mound, or if you wanted to enter into the Terath mound with the horse for 1 level. That's probably where it would cap out. You guys are going deeper in there by now, with the intent of fully cleansing whatever, rabble is still left around.
I think if Nathaniel knew that they would eventually have to dismount anyway, he would just leave it at the mound.
Yeah.
At the mouth of the mound, and he wouldn't bother bringing him any lower.
Okay, so that's going to be up at the surface then. And we'll leave your horse where he lays for now, and link back up later on. All right. So with that established, anything from Three Crow, anything for Tiber needing to be accounted for before we progress?
Before that, can I get one more quick pass of the names of the NPCs?
Sure. So we have Leoza, which is spelled like so. That is the knight, the human knight that also has magic. Bit of an oddball character so far, but has been very reliable in the combat situation. Just a bit moody, not very talkative. Then you had Eric and Christoph, who are 2 knights that have accompanied you.
Also human knights?
Yep.
Have they fought bravely?
Yeah, so far they haven't flinched. One of them had taken a little bit of a licking from an orc, but is still standing tall and has already tended to the wound. It's been seemingly quite difficult for the goblins to even put a scratch on them, so that was already kind of an accomplishment for one of their kind. And despite that...
And these are Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was saying that despite the wounds, that wasn't going to stop Eric from progressing forward. He didn't even... It didn't look like he even entertained the thought of, retreating or nursing the wound for longer. He just grabbed a healing salve and moved on.
These are properly anointed knights as well? Like part of some order? Or they are just...
Yeah, they introduced they introduced themselves as Knights of Pylast. So they were sent from the larger settlement. But they didn't tell you many more details, and unless you asked, of course, then we can shade more in. But
I don't think Nathaniel will have asked yet.
okay.
I think Tiber would probably be towards the front of the group with his torch glaive, kind of lighting the way.
Okay. And where comparatively would Nathaniel be?
He would also be in the front. He's definitely head first into the action sort of guy.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna say that as I assemble the, I'm gonna go ahead and assemble this formation as you've mentioned. I always forget how sometimes it can be a little bit convoluted to configure like lights that follow. All right.
Brother, I am light here.
Something. Oh. Okay. Perfect. So I will go ahead and get you guys ready for that. Okay. All right. Is everybody ready to progress, including my brother?
Hell yeah.
I would say so.
My character was born ready a week ago.
But you're a week old?
No, fourth wall break.
No.
He's 8 years old.
He just was doing last minute changes.
Dude, my characters still keep getting younger.
Yeah, I have
Oh
noticed.
God. You're like 12 when you were fucking shoulder.
Yeah, it was 12, and then I think 11 turning 12
was 14.
Oh yeah, okay.
No,
So I guess it
14
hasn't been
turned
getting.
15,
Yeah, I guess it hasn't been getting younger, but they're all pretty young.
Fucking anime, like Jesus.
Well, no, his race is just
They
mature.
mature at those ages.
Yeah.
Technically, I'm born as an adult, so I'm also.
She's just a 1,000-year-old dragon, guys. It's okay.
All right. Let's do it then. Shamble, you're ready, right? You're the only one I didn't get.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I was born ready.
I was born 12.
God.
Oh, there is no
Uh-oh.
token.
I see.
Yeah, you'll have to
He's
you'll have to
stoned.
watch the stream for a little bit, Cullen, but I'll let you know. Okay.
Oh, my real name.
You emerge from a claustrophobic cave and behold a sickly green glow that faintly illuminates this cavern's unwelcoming features. Muddy red stalactites stab towards you from the distant roof of the place. But the air here is stale, and you swear that you can smell the rot of the dead embedded within the cracked earth below your feet. You have ventured deep enough that no sunlight will reach you now. A weathered totem, the size of a tall orc, stands defiantly amidst the open ground. Though portions of it have fallen to history, it seems to depict a warrior of immense stature, as well as some unfamiliar runic markings that must have once held a deep reddish color. An eerie green glow emits faintly from the object, but its origin cannot be determined with a quick, cursory investigation. Scattered along the rocky walls are a few pale green stones. Your torchlight attempts to dance along their dusty exterior, but the patina on this rubble has worn them down far too much for such a reflection. Now, it's not long as you approach, but go ahead and give me initial reactions here.
Nathaniel would be considering whether or not this is an evil pagan idol in need of burning.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen enough idols to even distinguish who it is, so I'm just looking at it like, cool, statue.
There's a little bit of unease that you can both detect between Eric and Kristoff as they survey the immediate surroundings. Leoza pipes up quietly behind you all and mentions, "I don't like that light over there, and something's not right."
Nathaniel draws his short sword and scimitar and says, "No point hiding from it." Oh, I don't know why I became Jason. "No point hiding. Let's seek it out. Put it to the sword if needs be."
Tiber will grin and say, "I was hoping we wouldn't be alone."
An arrow slams into the shield of Kristoff. It's not long before he immediately turns to try to identify the direction, coming from the north. He takes one step forward with his sword drawn, and it's around that time that you hear the bellow of mighty orcs in the distance, coming from the west and the north. So, it's a good time to roll initiative.
Damn it, Evaristus.
Now that's a deep cut.
I can't believe that. Yes. Doesn't the orc get advantage?
Hey!
That's a lot.
Dude, holy shit. That's impressive.
Alright, before combat starts.
Yeah.
What the hell is the patina of rubble?
The patina? Patina is like when there's like markings that are worn on something. So if you like, for example, if you took an object and you just scraped it against stone, like say the asphalt of a driveway or something like that, that would add patina to it. If there's like a layer of dust or just something that's being worn by time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to spell it and I couldn't, but I just...
Yeah, Patina. You want more? Maybe I even used it a little flavorfully, but that is how I would put it.
Yeah, I think it works.
I'll add that as Nathaniel drew his short sword, the sound of manacles clanking would be heard as he chains the weapon to his wrist.
Hell yeah, brother.
Arresting yourself.
Okay, so as we get into this, the opening salvo is from the orc that had already fired, so that will be Nathaniel. Nathaniel, it is your turn first. You haven't been able to figure out exactly where enemies are, but you know at least some of them are coming from the north and some of them are coming from the west.
Alright, well, Nathaniel charges forward. No. Shouting, "To arms!" There's nothing really to stab. Oh. I want to pair an action. So, coming from the north and from the west. This is like a hill?
Yep, there's a outcropping to the north that's would require you to get closer to see up the access paths. For sure.
Right, so he's gonna stow his scimitar away.
Okay.
And draw a javelin. Is that the I forget. Is that bonus action or is that main action to do that?
Oh my god, stream passed.
I got owned. Hold on one second.
Oh my god.
Thanks. That was weird. Now I'm in. Alright, sorry about that. Chandler, you asked me a question about your javelin, and I don't know what it was.
So he's putting, since there's no immediate orc threat that he can directly identify, he's gonna put his non-chained weapon away and draw his scimitar. That's my bonus action, or is that my main action? Do that.
Oh, you can do that as a bonus action because you're a weapon master.
In which case, he's gonna prepare an action to throw that javelin at the first orc that crosses his path.
Hell yeah, brother.
That will be his turn.
Wonderful. Oops.
That orc looks like he should be playing ultimate football.
Yeah. I got news for you. I'm also not really entirely sure why I can't see anymore on my screen, so give me one moment as I have technical difficulties.
That's right, viewers. If you join the donor campaign, you too can experience live technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Pay $3 a month for technical problems.
Yeah, well, I pay way more than that for like Netflix and Amazon, so.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, at least you can hear us say actual funny things instead of Netflix.
Come out with our own streaming service and call it Flicks.
Flick. All right, let's see if refresh helps. Yeah! All right, I'm in. All right. I'll just have to restart the music like 30 times on my side. Okay, so where were we then? Emerging out from the west, directly within Nathaniel's reach, an orc charges, barreling forth. He bears no weapons, only iron objects awkwardly placed upon his wrists and hands. He means to strike you with his iron knuckles. No.
So I stab him.
With a 10? Unfortunately, sir. Can you describe the motion that you were moving with? Because that might actually change something later.
So Nathaniel sees the orc running at him, and he just throws the spear at the big, scary, blurry thing moving at him.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. So that you hear a sound in the distance as that sounds an awful lot like metal hitting the earth, but it's a bigger weight than it should have been. There's a bit of a curse, but not one in pain, indicating that perhaps somebody tried to dodge out of the way of what you had thrown. But the beast that blurs before you strikes you nonetheless. Ooh, but that's a whiff. I'm sure my brother is happy to see this.
No shit. That wasn't 15 feet?
It was. He missed.
He gets advantage.
I'm gonna roll again and then he's gonna miss. Oh shit, you just reminded me.
You mother... Why do you work against the party?
Woo! Almost max damage.
God. And I have 4 health.
Nathaniel, you have been grievously pummeled by the iron knuckles raining down upon you. The orc roars in victory as he feels your bones threaten to break. But you're still standing, for now.
We have no healing.
That you know of.
Leoza,
with it.
magic woman.
I will do anything for my iron fist, brother.
God.
Alright.
Gonna fucking die in the first encounter?
Yeah, it's a possibility. Kristoff curses and shouts, "Why does he always charge in like that?" Before taking a few steps forward, his shield still drawn and angled towards the source of an arrow earlier. As he approaches to be near enough to Nathaniel, you will use his bonus action to uncork a minor healing potion and essentially like throw it at you. So, he's not uncorking; he's grabbing it out of his container and he's kind of chucking it your way, so you'll have access to it.
Yay.
See? Man knows
Free
what's
drugs.
up. He's then going to use his dash to get into a better position to like kind of supplement you, and also sort of threaten to surround the barely armored orc that is next to you. I'll quickly throw that item into your inventory, Shamsa. All right. The rest of the group will watch another orc of similar power and size as the first, but much more well-equipped, seemingly, step menacingly towards the group. But he dares not overstep, seemingly casting himself into a defensive position. He bears a great sword, and his person is also equipped with a heavy crossbow. You guys really kind of bummed out on the initiative where Nathaniel got super high and then Tiber's all the way down on the other side. Tiber, I'm going to have you jump in here real quick. Eric is going to run up towards you to be like within spitting distance and say, "Do you have this one?"
Yes.
Without another word, Eric will immediately dive forward, looking to get within touching distance of the orc that struck Nathaniel earlier. Ooh, well, that doesn't work.
It all sucks, party.
With a curse, he grimaces as his mace, his Morningstar, completely misses the mark. The orc doesn't even seem to have registered that it happened. He's still gloating over Nathaniel's unfortunate position.
Coxie's gonna show up to a TPK.
It is a distinct possibility. All right. Okay, I hope you guys are ready for this, though. Despite having her longsword drawn, Leoza raises a hand instead, aiming it directly at the orc that lords over Nathaniel's threatened form.
Woman's
Oh shit.
black magic.
Oh, that's so sad. Grimacing as the spell seems to have not taken into effect, she shouts, "I hope you know I did my best."
This is the best orcs I've ever seen.
They're definitely something.
Oh no. Oh no. Go stay there. Stay away. Let me drink my drugs.
With a murderous dash, the orc barrels around the group here. Are you going to use your reaction to attempt a disadvantaged attack of opportunity, Nathaniel? He's going directly for Leoza.
Can I
looks like.
use my reaction instead to throw caltrops in his path?
Oh, yeah. I don't see why not, since that I kind of consider that an attack in this context. Also, caltrops are never actually used, so that's pretty good. Would you like to...
That's pretty.
I didn't even know this thing was these were a thing.
Oh my god, they actually appear on the field?
well, then they vanished for me. So, I think it was just
Yeah,
an
it was just an
animation to
animation.
throw them. Okay.
That was pretty based to the.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
1 damage.
That's all it can do.
Yeah, it's 1 damage.
Well, no, now his movement speed's halved until he
Now it does 2
does
damage.
something.
Yeah, I think it does twice because of the fact that it was a crit fail. Oops, I accidentally did the damage to some other guy. The orc, screams out in a surprising amount of pain for such little things, and says something in an unintelligible language, but you can tell he's not very happy. All right, Tiber. That one was going after Leoza, but its movement is hampered by Nathaniel's quick thinking. So, do you go after one of those on the west, or are you after the big guy that was wielding a greatsword and sauntering towards you.
Well, Tiber will take his glaive, raise it into the air, and then slam it onto the ground. And as he does, he will say,
I will be your opponent.
and I will bonus action reconstituting aura, and you will see an invisible force shoot up his body. And it's kind of like if the light catches it just right, it glints a little bit.
Yeah, this like strange warping effect of the flickering torchlight on your glaive, right?
And then he will kind of casually stroll over to this one here, and I would like to use my action to try and grapple him.
Oh, okay. Are you, when you said you slammed your glaive into the ground, you are also bringing it with you now, or is it just going to be like a stand?
Yeah, just like dramatic effect.
Yeah, you didn't leave it impaled in the earth or anything. That's all I was checking.
Oh yeah, like I took the flat end of the shaft,
Yeah.
and I just kind of did like a slam for effect, like to activate the key.
Right. Cool. Okay. And you're going to grapple him?
Yes, I'm gonna attempt to grapple.
Okay. So that was the acrobatics or athletics check that the orc attempted to make. Holy
24.
shit.
I don't know if he passes.
Where's the wait? What's the? I mean, you would have gotten it anyway. What the play? You've got a +10 in there somewhere.
Yeah, so I'll break it down real quick.
Tell me.
I have expertise from my magma origin.
Oh yeah.
I have 3 strength, and then I have
Earthen grasp.
the earthen
feature,
grasp.
Yeah. And that gives you
So-
your con modifier, which is a +3 as well. So you're getting +4 from expertise and +6 from your ability scores. This man is going to grapple things a lot. Be prepared. The orc is firmly within your grasp, and its struggles barely registered, Tiber.
So you tell me if this would be too much or not. I'd like to use the rest of my movement to try and move him here. I want to like put him between myself and the other orc and kind of hold him like a shield for Leoza.
Okay, so where would you like him to be exactly? Can you like indicate the spot?
To the top right of me.
Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, look, the caltrops are still there too. I didn't even notice.
You should drag him
Hey.
through the caltrops as you do it to deal an extra 1 damage.
Yeah, no, I'm just like I with my crushing grasp, I just like hard grip his shoulder and his arm, and I just drag him over to that spot, and I hold him there as I glare at the other orc.
Yeah, this one's starting to, like having been defeated by your grapple so thoroughly, he's basically reduced to some kind of sniveling, weak, pathetic-looking creature for a moment as he's scrambling. And this is despite him being taller than most humans. But, it's a little bit harder to measure up to an 8-foot-tall Gogrami. And so he's very much unhappy right now.
I am both the rock and the hard place.
That's right. That's right. Beautiful.
You know he's been waiting to use that forever,
Yeah, exactly.
and that's why it's based.
That is why it's based. Oh, Shambler has to BRB. I'll just, okay.
Can my character be 6'2"?
Is that allowed?
It says it maxes out around 6 feet.
Yeah, if you want to be exactly 6'2", sure. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, Tiber. You've been struck by the same arrow that originally had targeted one of the knights, Kristoff, but this one seems to be striking true to you, just barely bypassing your position with the orc. That's a whopping 7 piercing damage. Does that also? Oh yeah, because you had your little shield there, right?
That's right. So it where it looks like it may have been a more lethal blow, it seems the sheer force of my will shakes it off a little bit.
That's right. Kind of slows it on impact, and thus it penetrates your earthen skin a little bit less. Very nice.
Dude, no +2 AC from Orc Shield?
Well, that would probably be negated by the range difference, like plus
That's
whatever
fair.
from being up on the high ground, right? So
You're right.
okay. I was going to wait until Shambler got back to do that orc thing, but now, spoiler, he just took a little bit of damage. Tiber took a little bit of damage. That's all that happened while he was BRBing. Nathaniel, before your turn, actually, let's do your turn. Thinking about it, go ahead, Nathaniel. It is your turn right
All right. Well, did those caltrips count for my momentum? Or no?
I'll say yes because it was epic.
Okay. Gotcha. So Nathaniel, with
Not
his
because
short
you'll
sword, will return the blow, hopefully, at the man who tried to stab him.
Oh, yep, that will definitely do it.
Think of that hit. All right. Plus another 2, right? Because it's the proc bonus from.
Yeah, momentous strikes gives
Add your-
you when you have 1 momentum, add your
That was
proficiency
actually a
bonus.
21 and 6.
Yep. So we'll say I'll just go ahead and minus the extra 2. We're gonna have to try and it's gonna take a few runs of this class probably to make it work this way because it is so involved, and there's not like a hookup. But you can, as you remember, you can just add that to the situational bonus field when you're rolling for attack and damage. So yep.
So now I have 2 momentum. Right?
Yes.
That was a fresh weapon
I'm also
before.
just trying to remember if Fresh Blood actually gives you the. I think it's only for attack that you get the +2, but I do remember reading or writing the +2 on the damage as well, the prof bonus on damage. It says attacks and then. Maybe that's like an extra level. Anyway, it doesn't really matter right now, but I think right about now it's actually just a +2 on the attack roll.
Okay.
But you do
so
you
4 damage.
yeah, but you do have the bottom, you have access to 2 momentum stuff now.
So now I'm going to use Bottomless Toolbox to drink that health potion as a free action.
That's right. And you still have your bonus action. If you can find a way to use it.
Now, what weapon did I have in my... Oh, I threw the javelin, so I actually don't have anything in my hand.
Bonus action throwing dagger.
Well, I have to draw it, this is the thing.
Oh, he targeted the orc.
No, I do not heal the orc.
Yeah, that's fine. I got you. Yeah, Hot Hands is 3 momentum, so that's when you can, as a free action, deploy any weapon within your reach once per turn. And so, yeah, right now you're at 2 momentum, and you're stuck a little bit on that, but feel free to migrate, if you will, or anything else like that.
I guess, this guy's gotta have some high strength. Does Nathaniel want to grapple this guy? Or does he just want to draw? So I have to grab the caltrips out. I can't... Oh, wait, it's an action to throw them. Shit. Well, no, we said all items are bonus actions.
Yeah, it is.
But I still have to draw them out, right?
Do you have another round on you? Recovering them
Yeah, I
from
have
the
5
ground
caltrips.
would be an action, but...
No, I have 5 caltrips.
Oh, you have another
On
one.
me.
I mean, yeah, you can throw them, but because they would have to actually... they would have to hit, which means you have to, walk through them, right? So in order to give you momentum, you'd have to actually be doing damage with them, basically, is the thought.
Yeah, I'm not looking to get the momentum
Oh,
from
okay.
them necessarily. You said you just did because it was cool, so I figured that they're not a regular source of momentum. I'm just thinking, can I just...
I think because it
Do
was...
I have to do, say, bonus action caltrips and then throw them the next turn, or could I just say caltrips and we handle it now?
Oh, yeah, you could... the item action is grabbing the item and deploying it, so... Bonus action, grab caltrops and throw them. If you have another round,
Yeah,
you
that's
want
why
to
I
use
was
it?
saying throwing dagger.
Yeah. That's the same thing as if you threw
Oh.
a dagger somewhere.
This is the most direct path to either of those targets, so Nathaniel's going to throw a thing at caltrops 30 feet right here.
I don't know why
Ooh,
they're even
those
bigger now,
big
but
caltrops.
that's funny.
Yeah, I don't know why they're big caltrops either, but it's this square.
Yeah.
If you can see where my...
Okay, yeah, we can probably move... Oh, I see. It says 5 feet by 5 feet, but it's supposed to be 5 feet instead. Okay, all right. Whatever. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Like, I get what you mean. So, you're basically trying to block that orc from helping.
Yeah. And that's my turn.
Okay. So before the roaring orc can respond to your move, shall we say? There's a sudden sort of sound emerging from the northwestish area. Definitely a different sound than what you have heard before, what you have heard recently. And with a rather sudden cut to all of the light nearby, the sickly green flame from earlier is snuffed out. The area seems to darken a little bit. And it's at that moment that a very aberrant humanoid emerges from a nearby cave.
Reaction. What the hell is that?
All right, Akaxi, you've just been absolutely, you've just narrowly escaped a very different location than you have ever experienced before. And you emerge with a strange, swirling sense of darkness, not out there, but within. It seems that your own thoughts are too clouded, and that instead, there's this growing hunger, one that can only be sated with blood. And there is a bleeding orc immediately to the south of you, so maybe that would be a good target. But I'll let you decide what to do now.
So
You
it's
can
my
also
turn?
lick the toes of the one that hurt its feet.
Don't say that. Yes, you are indeed. It is your turn.
Akaxi, fresh from his wherever the hell he was, is going to almost stretch his spider legs a little bit, observe the battlefield, and orcs just smell bad. And obviously the orc's the most bloody here, and he needs the most blood possible. So, letting the darkness swirl within him, he feels some kind of power within his right humanoid hand, and he will just push it forth to the orc closest.
Now you do have advantage since he is being flanked. Yeah. All right, let's see that damage. The orc cries out in a surprised pain as whatever that creature is emits a ray of frost directly into its backside for 4 cold damage. Anyone who had the displeasure of seeing the exposed skin would notice it crack and start to emit frozen chunks of blood that start to pepper the ground. And Akaxi, as you let this darkness out of you, you notice that hunger for blood seems to be sated ever so slightly.
Anyone paying attention to Akaxi, or the creature that just emerged from the darkness, is just hearing incoherent chittering as he begins to climb this wall.
And how far up the wall would you be going?
How far can I go up the wall?
See, I'm trying to find where it lists your movement.
I have 20 feet of climbing speed.
Oh, if I mouse over your character's walk, it says 15 feet, so that's funny.
Yes, I have 15 feet walking speed, 20 feet climbing speed.
No, I mean, it says 15 feet walk when I mouse over walk underneath your armor class.
Yes. I'm saying that I have the Aranask race has 15 feet walking and 20 feet climbing, as if they are two different things.
Yeah, basically you walk up to the thing and then you can move upwards 20 feet if you desire,
Yeah.
without it eating your regular movement.
Oh, I see. Your base walking speed is 15 feet. Additionally, you have a climbing speed of 20 feet. That definitely doesn't work properly because you definitely need 30 feet of walk. So I think what I meant to say is 30 feet and then 20, but I don't know what I did there. We'll say 20, sure. So how far you can go, that basically means that you have 15 or 20 feet of climbing you can do. And it's, as far as I understand, and I guess 3Crow will probably have to correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it stacks with your walk speed. It just doesn't consume your walk speed when you're climbing. Because normally climbing is like double the cost of walking. But if you have climbing speed, you use that first, and then you would use your walking.
Yeah, because like normally you don't actually have a climbing speed unless it's specifically stated. So you would spend, I think, double movement to go up
Right. Yeah.
or down.
Yeah, he's just trying to get on the ceiling, I'm gonna be honest.
It probably is too high to get up to the ceiling, but you can find yourself a perch maybe 15 feet up, and that would allow you to then steady yourself as if you were standing, which would give you all of the like attacks that you would need.
Works with me.
All right. That should also give you vision of the orc on the high ground.
Here's a work on diagram.
A bow orc. He's no proper orc.
All right. Speaking of proper orcs, with a roar, the orc turns to see who attacked him. With such a short memory, he's very much convinced that he needs to chase the spider thing that is now climbing the wall within full view of the torchlight of Tiber. So, the orc immediately sets out after him. Kristoff and Eric are definitely going to attack with this, despite the disadvantage. I will let the reaction be decided by Nathaniel if he's going for it.
He's not going anywhere.
Oh, I meant to roll with disadvantage. Oops. All right, that one is that's a whiff. And that's a whiff. And he's fine.
Fucking Giga Chad over here.
Yeah, he just
Good
shrugs
Lord.
everything off and keeps
Really
running,
doesn't
dude.
like me.
Steals 2/3 of my health. Refuses to elaborate.
Leaves. Yeah.
This is what Gonzo should have been.
So this orc is going to get there and start scrambling up about 5 feet. So it's within 10 feet of you.
Hell yeah, it is.
He runs up to the wall and he looks up, and with a grunt as if like saying, well, now I got to go up, the orc begins to scale the wall. So that's what you guys are all witnessing, is an orc chasing after this weird spider thing that you guys have never encountered.
So, 3Crow, to clarify what you sent in the chat, that is saying that regardless of what speed I use, I climb normally?
So if you're using your walk speed, it's double movement. If you're using a climbing speed, it's regular movement. And if it's difficult terrain, it still applies.
I see.
Yeah, so you're still using your walking speed, but you use your walking speed up to that amount? I see.
You basically just treat it like difficult terrain. But if it is climbing and it's difficult terrain, then it's like triple difficult terrain.
Right, got it. We'll say that 15 is
But he
as
can
high
use
as
the
you could
climbing speed first before he burns his regular movement, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you're
So I
using
have
climbing
30, I have
speed
30 walking speed?
Yeah, I'll fix the race definition in a bit, like between sessions or something. But yeah, it's 30 feet walking and 15 feet climbing.
25. Oh, 15.
I know it's kind of cute that they're
Okay.
like really slow on regular terrain.
That's
and they
kind of
just
why I
fucking
was
spider
thinking
around.
of that. Yeah.
I mean, we could try that if you wanted to have it be that you can't walk as much on land, or like maybe you have a 25 feet, so you still have a penalty, but you have a little extra climb. But you won't always have access to stuff like this, so it'll be interesting to see.
Well,
what
he can climb trees.
Yeah.
Like,
It,
yeah,
it
he'll be
wouldn't be-
stuck on the open plains, but that makes sense.
All
for
right.
his
So
speed.
instead of 30 walk, 15 climb, can I do 30 climb, 15 walk?
Yeah, if you want 15 walk, I will allow this.
Yeah, I want to. I'm here. We're here. We're min-maxing.
Max minute.
We're min-minning.
Max min. Yeah, it even said it changed to 30 climb because it shows the higher amount, like the higher thing that you have. So there you go, buddy. It's
Gonna have to start
This
rolling
man,
you around in
man
a
is
cart.
Spider-Man.
Dude, I'm a spider.
you are a spider.
I can't wait to Bane post.
I can't wait till we go into like difficult terrain on like a flat area. It's like I move 7 feet.
I move 1 square. That's it.
It's gonna
Can I tiptoe on my spider?
I dash to move 2 squares.
Yeah. Yeah. If I ever, dude, this just means that I have to really plan out my movement.
Yeah, he's a caster, you know.
I dash while hasted. I move 3 squares.
Dude, we're here.
That is here.
I love this.
Christoph,
This is amazing.
with like a bit of an uncertain expression beneath his helmet that anyone close enough will still be able to peer through and see, mutters, "Never seen anything like it. Maybe the orc should finish it off." Then he'll take a couple of steps back and around, concerning himself more with the orcs that are more closer, and takes up like a defensive posture next to Tiber. And as he does so, he kind of signals towards the sniveling orc in Tiber's arms and says, "May I?" brandishing his blade.
Be my guest.
He said calmly.
Yeah. Well, that'll be 8 slashing damage as the longsword nearly guts this orc. He's on his last legs, crying out in agony, sniveling like a wretch, but barely having enough strength even to make sounds like that. Mightily dissatisfied with the situation, this orc takes extra care to sidestep the caltrops, and with a look that says, "I should put you out of your misery," he dismisses the orc in Tiber's arms, and with his greatsword takes a swing. But it bounces like nothing off of Tiber's immense chest. And with a grimace, he retrieves a dagger and attempts to plunge it in to your skin. For 5 piercing damage is all he can muster as he grunts with the effort. Rushing to your aid, Eric will brandish his Morning Star. That'll be 8 bludgeoning damage and sending the orc into a bit of a daze. Don't worry, Tiber. I've got your back.
Yeah, Tiber will wince a bit at the dagger wound because his hands are currently occupied between his glaive and the other orc.
Yeah. Leoza seems to be checking your wounds, Nathaniel, but satisfied that you're not bleeding out, turns her attention to the orc that's been struck by so many. An agonizing 1 point of cold damage. Seemingly unsatisfied with this performance, she'll turn her attention over to the strange display against the wall and begin muttering to herself as she puts more distance between herself and the remaining orcs.
The orc gets goosebumps.
All right.
Nathaniel, when she walks over, say, "Do you think it pagan, my lady?"
Sure, but she doesn't respond to you, which isn't out of character for what you've known her so far. All right, the orc is attempting to break free of your grapple. Holy moly! I can't believe you still almost like. Goddamn, dude.
You tried so hard.
He rolled a
To
15,
fail.
and Tiber rolled an 8.
And Tiber wins.
Tiber wins. That's fucking absurd.
Fair, balance.
Yeah, that's listen. That's what we get here, dude. In the
Well,
donor
that's what the
campaign,
character's
this is
for.
what your character does. All right. Well, he is still definitely grappled. He cannot escape. Tiber, your move.
And then you made me this way.
Yeah, I did. I'm not complaining,
Yeah,
by the way. I'm saying
He
this is
gets
what you
plus
get.
10 athletics. I get plus 15 climbing speed.
Mm-hmm.
So, does it cost me anything to let go of the orc?
No, releasing the grapple will be a free action.
Okay, I'm gonna let him go.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, once again, bonus action, slam the glaive down to get some more temporary hit points.
Okay.
Whoops.
All right. Get yourself some of that.
Okay. Then, turning towards the larger orc that's in front of me, Tiber will... Oh, wait. If I step away from him, he'll get an attack, so...
Yeah, but it's
I'm just gonna-
with disadvantage, so the odds are he might not hit. He's also only got his dagger out right now because that was the last weapon he used. So I don't know. You could weigh
You
that.
know what? Screw it. I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
Tell me if he hits.
He does not hit you.
And then I'm going to lower the glaive in front of me as if it's a lance, and I'm going to as I charge and try to impale him with it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and give you advantage for that attack.
That was a really convincing scream.
That sounded more like what the orc would say.
As he gets impaled. Yeah, that'll hit.
21.
Let's see that damage.
Oops. Five points.
You impale the blade of your glaive right through him, but it's not a fatal wound. As gruesome as it is, the scream of the orc echoes through the cavernous halls, undoubtedly alerting any who have not already been aware of what's been going on here. The orc...
Do I get any fire damage from my torch?
Yeah, I think that's like usually 1, right? Or something. I don't even know how torch attacks work. I think you can go into your torch and like hold on. There's like a thing you can do where you can click the torch as an attack and see if it does anything.
Yeah, it's 1 fire damage.
All right, let's add that then. He's singed. He's toasty. He's scream. That's mostly just screaming in pain. You know, more pain. It's superficial.
He got
damage.
goosebumps and then he got toasted.
That's right. Yeah, just think about it. If Leoza had rolled like anything for damage, this guy would be dead right now. But
You picked the wrong fight, orc.
he's got an expression on his face that's like obviously fear and trepidation and agony, and you can only surmise that he would answer, "I know," if he could. Akaxi, from your position above the wall, you'll note that the orc is backing away, panicked, nearly tripping over some equipment lying on the ground. He'll drop his bow entirely, and begin desperately interacting with with a strange, dull block inside a fire pit. After a short moment, it bursts back to life, and in doing so, seems to spirit this orc away. So, Akaxi, that puts it at your turn.
Anyone listening, or slightly paying attention, so I guess Leoza and the orc, to Akaxi, we'll just hear,
chittering, clicking. Basically something that sounds like blood as he throws a dagger with his bonus action.
Yeah, are you doing it? You're doing it at this dummy that's following you?
Hell yeah, I am.
All right.
And you climb 30 feet higher.
That's an extra +2 from my height advantage.
Yes, so you do hit him because of that. He is roaring, mostly in like feeling disrespected, but you don't know that. You might think that you really got a good hit in.
Maybe you did disrespect him. You dropped the dagger and you just let it fall. You didn't even throw it. You just let it point down.
Alright, and then with my full action, Akaxi, feeling some kind of dark energy swirling in his head, will try and expel them towards the orc.
Ooh. Okay. So they have to
I don't know what
succeed
savings
on a
for it.
saving throw, an intelligence saving.
There it is.
Watch this guy also be like a genius. He's literally just. No, he's less than that.
Negative
meant to be
one.
retarded.
He rolled a nat.
Yeah, he's a genius. All right.
Yeah. He's
Actual
special.
nat one.
I don't think this is a rule that can actually scale for real into the future, because there's some damage numbers would get really out of hand, but I actually like the idea of like extra damage when you nat one something. It just
I'm gonna be honest, if you 0 or -1 something, it should definitely be extra damage.
Yeah.
I think regardless.
yeah, I have a feeling that he's
Yeah.
you're right. He -1'd. So it seems like something in his head just kind of snaps shut, and wordlessly, without a sound, his eyes go dark. He no longer seems to have any life to him, but only for a moment before it snaps back as he surges up the cliff best he can, closing the distance with all of his might as he strikes at you, awkwardly but still attempting to defeat you.
What the fuck?
For
is this
7
man?
bludgeoning damage, he pummels you, and then, knowing what he must do in his final moments on this plane, he grabs a hold of you.
He's attempting to fall. I see.
And he will
See it,
indeed attempt to bring you down with him as he comes crumbling towards the earth. Luckily for you, well, actually, there was no real check for this, right? It's just like if you hit, you can grab him and throw him, but he can't. He's not throwing you. He's just falling, and you will both plummet towards the earth. So give me a dex saving throw, shall you?
You have 1 health.
He knows.
I do.
My God. We're gonna have our first down.
No. All right. You avoid the fall damage ever so slightly, Akaxi, by orienting yourself just so during the plummet. And just like that, you land atop the crushed orc, having utterly defeated him, despite his last dying moments.
What would you say on like a scale of 1 to 10 Akaxi's bloodlust is right now?
Well, you've released more of the shadow magic, the strange hungering force that lingers within you. But then you were also very grievously wounded with 1 bludgeoning attack, which, spiders hate bludgeoning attacks in general. So I think we're going to say that you have like a sudden clarity to you that only near-death experiences can bring. And the shadowy force within you, while you can still detect it and you could still animate it, you feel, it's no longer controlling you. It's no longer clouding your eyes or your judgment. Instead, perhaps you feel agony, fear, certainly a lot of pain, but you are more in control of yourself, perhaps, than you were when you emerged from the cave.
All right. Reaching down to pick up his dagger out of the brutish oath, he will observe the battlefield, perhaps for the first time, with clear eyes. What are the state of these two orcs in the distance?
Almost dead. They're like basically bleeding out, but they're trying. You get the sense they might try their best to either plead for their lives or, vengefully strike out at those who have bested them.
Akaxi will move forward his measly 15 feet. Actually, it'll only be 10 this time. And he will say, in common, "Kill these orcs." And end his turn.
Yeah. All right, Nathaniel.
The monster speaks. Nathaniel says out loud before moving his location. He uses... Oh, I don't move like that, obviously, because I'll get stabbed that way. So we go boom, boom, boom. And he uses his bonus action to draw his last javelin. And then he uses his main action to throw that javelin, aiming for the skull of the orc right here.
All right. You are
Just
flanking
directly in
him,
front of
so
him.
that is going to be an advantaged attack
And I get an additional +2 from my
from the momentum.
momentum.
Right through the eyes, or I guess, yeah, right between the eyes, but inverted.
That's damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a dead orc, and the blood will splatter all over Tiber as the javelin pokes out through his forehead.
And then, since I now have 3 momentum, I get Hot Hands, which allows me to deploy any weapon as a free action, which I'm going to deploy my dagger. And, let's see. While moving free or higher free action, you can deploy any weapon within reach. It can only occur once per turn. Okay, so I deploy it, and then... Let me see. What was my other 3 momentum thing here? It was Momentous Strike. As a bonus act... Oh, it has to be a bonus action. Rip.
Oh yeah, you were going to make an athletics or sleight of hand to disarm? Yeah.
Yeah. So you can use an item as a free action. So, what items do I have?
If you have a dagger, you can throw it from where you were standing.
Exactly. All right. Yeah. Then we're gonna scratch that. After the javelin goes through that orc's skull, Nathaniel will produce a dagger with lightning speed and throw it as well into aiming for the same thing, the head of the other orc as well. And this is +2 as well with advantage because flanking. That was a critical hit. Only 4 damage. Rip.
And that is yet another orc that plummets to the earth, collapsing into the cracked ground. Clearly defeated, executed, 2 in 1 sweep by Nathaniel.
And then Nathaniel will shout, "Death to the heathen! To the heathen!" And that'll be it.
Kristoff sort of, with his greave, extends a foot to kick the orc, nudging it just to make sure that it's dead, and then looking up at Nathaniel says, "Aye, good shot." Looking over towards the spider thing, it seems both of the human knights are certainly unnerved by that, but they say, "What do you think it wants? Should we kill it too?"
What does Nathaniel like? Nathaniel does not recognize this thing at all.
That's right. It looks like to Nathaniel, and I think specifically to Nathaniel, as well as probably he can guess to the others, the other humans. This thing looks like a hellish creature that absolutely should never be seen by mortal eyes. It is like this abominable thing. The only thing that would maybe stay one's blade here is the fact that it did indeed attack the orcs and demand their blood. So, and it has made no, like, it tried to communicate with you as opposed to attacking you. So it's maybe not hostile, but it certainly is an ugly looking thing. Maybe another thing that would help if you surveyed your companions is that while the knights, the human knights, the males, were clearly unsettled by it, Leoza seems to be more intrigued by it and doesn't have her weapon drawn anymore.
Did I ever get the sense during our brief time together that Leoza had some darker magics about her?
So far in the battles, and from what she described herself as, she uses pretty contemporary, like, apprentice magic. Stuff that I think Nathaniel, as a prince, would have seen availed. You know, parlor tricks like, you know, basically having lights that spawn forth from one's touch. The ability to telepathically communicate with simply anyone within eyesight. Things like that. And it seems like she was trying to bend the will of one of the orcs, and of course had used some minimal necromancy for the cold attack. But other than that, those are the only magics you've seen displayed. And while she doesn't really share much about herself, she doesn't seem untrustworthy or evil in any way. I mean, she's
So
on a quest
venturing
here to try
over
to
to
kill
the two-
evil, in theory, right? So that's sort of the idea.
So venturing over to the two orcs that he slew, Nathaniel will retrieve his dagger and his javelin, and he will respond to the, was it Erickson or the other guy?
Kristoff said, you know, like, what do you think it wants? And Eric said, should we kill it?
All right, so responding to Eric, Nathaniel will say, it speaks the common tongue and killed an orc. It looks like hell, but it's wounded. It will be Leoza's decision. And he will take, and then he will walk over there. Says, that is, unless Tiber knows anything.
Yeah, another point in my favor is the hellish creature's head on my belt.
Oh, yeah. Can you describe that creature and its head for us?
It's a head of what I believe is a chitin, or a chitin.
I think we called it chitin, yeah.
Spoken. Yeah.
That's what you're made
Just,
of.
I'm going off of the picture here. It kind of looks like a withered husk, a withered skull almost, with like loose, fleshy skin and pointed ears. You will notice 6 eye holes.
Does it look like a demon?
It doesn't look nice.
You could be
It
forgiven.
almost looks as bad as me.
Yeah, you could be forgiven for considering this skull trophy as something demonic or aberrant in a quite negative way, right? Like a fiendish sort of creature. Oh, and I guess if you're going to make that kind of check, what are you thinking about when you make that check, Nathaniel?
He's going, so as a prince, he would have been, as a 7th son as well, he would have been more put in line with like the church, because that's where you get rid of excess sons, right? So he would have been, they would have tried to make him a priest at first, so they would have sent him to, you know, study a bit hard, and he kind of sucked at it, thus the +0. So they just ended up going, yeah, you know what, we're just going to make you a knight. But he would be trying to recall, essentially, when old man, you know, MacGuffet was going about the different types of hellspawn that have been to put down to the ages, if anything that looked like that creature showed up in those pages.
All right. Let's take a quick look at my notes about that creature, and I will get right back to you on that.
As you think about this, you'll hear Tiber say, after he studies this creature for a moment,
Looks interesting. Are you here to fight, Spider Thing?
With this, that perhaps means something, but no one would know. And a response that says, "This is my home. I just wanted to kill the orcs."
Oh, it's a different language that we understand. That we
Yes,
understand. Or did you say
the
that?
words I'm actually speaking are understandable.
Yeah, but he's also
Oh, so you
chittering
spoke
in
common.
between, or like
Yeah,
you're
there's
hearing like
chittering.
really strange sounds that I don't think any of you would have ever heard that language be chittered, nor would you have the organ to do it. So, also for Nathaniel's sake, the creature looks similar to some of the demonic creatures that were described, or maybe even shown or drawn. However, it is definitely not something that you have seen or heard direct evidence of. You wouldn't be able to identify it, but it looks similar enough to potentially be something fiendish or demonic. And it probably, like, separate from that, it probably would be something that put up a fight or took effort to kill. So, something that's, like, fearsome looking.
Turning to Leoza, Nathaniel will say, "I didn't know they had fell spawn in these pits." Right. Motioning to the thing at the Spider-Man's waist.
She regards it for a moment, then shrugs and says, "I'd need more time to identify something like that, but it doesn't look friendly. The head, I mean."
And the wearer? Are we putting it down?
Kaxi will chitter and say, "I'd like to see you try. As for the head, well, it's less friendly looking than I am. They hunt me and my kind." Tiber, you stepped in caltrops?
That didn't happen.
1 damage. No, he just moved at half speed. It's okay.
Yeah.
He walked real
Yeah, he tipped
Didn't
it.
have to make the check.
I like it. I think we should keep it as a pet.
Christoph kind of
Nathaniel
like
raises an eyebrow.
yeah, Christoph is like kind of looking at him, but he doesn't say anything because leaving room for Nathaniel to respond.
Nathaniel?
Did she answer the question of if we're killing it yet?
Oh, Leoza looks over at it with a smirk after its response and says, "If we were meant to do battle, it would have happened already. Such is my thought. But as with anything you encounter here that doesn't immediately strike out at you, keep an eye on it."
Understood, Nathaniel says. And then turning to Tiber, "Care to handle that duty while I grab my last javelin? Squash it, if like a bug, if it decides to do anything untoward."
As Tiber steps towards you, he will first say,
What do you say, spider thing? Want to be my pet?
With chitters and almost a look of exhaustion, he will say, "I am no pet. Why are you people here in our homeland?" I did mean to ask, do I know where I am in the Underdark? Have I been here before?
This is closer
Or
to the
the
surface, but you can tell just by the coloration of the dirt. This is closer to the surface than you typically go, maybe than you have ever gone. However, it is still like sort of at the border between Tenebrol and surface. So
I see.
you're not technically like above the sort of shadowy influences, but you are definitely closer to the surface
We're
kingdoms.
not quite in the Tenerball yet.
Yeah, it's sort of the in between, sort of a Twilight Zone area in between.
Well, the question still stands.
We are here same as you. Those who dwell here, Desterbos.
Are these? We had a brief talk about it a while ago. Are the Aranasks still at war? Is that still a thing?
Like with some actively engaged in combat with some of the other groups.
Yeah, I mean with orcs or stuff like that, or no? Like the same creatures that this group is attacking?
So typically, Aranasks would hunt like mercenary groups or warriors or whatever from the wastes or from that were in service to like some of the Drow empires and stuff. So that would to your knowledge, the orcs are probably serving Drow masters, and they would be considered like fair game for you to fight. Because of the way that Aranasks are, like, society is a strong word for them, right? So they just kind of exist as pack hunters and such. Some among them are taught things like reading and whatnot because either as like a personal interest or as because it's like seen as a way to secure better prey or to hunt better with like more information, that kind of thing. But typically, they are much more like a hunter-gatherer type of people, a bit more on the primitive side, I guess you could say. And they don't necessarily have like a set location where they stay for a while. They are a bit more nomadic. So some among them, there is like not quite a kingdom, but something that would be construed as maybe more of like a citadel of some kind for the most like populous Aranask tribes. But typically, and you can decide which one you come from if you want, but typically you would have like small bands of them roving around, and if you want that Akaxi's already been like kind of isolated from even his own kind for some time, you can have that be your case too. It's pretty open for the background, kind of.
I think he's fairly newly isolated, 6 months or so, but he has been isolated for a decent amount of time.
And you can decide what your history is with fighting like the orcs or the drow or the servants of the drow or whatever. Also like goblins, hobgoblins, and of course the chitin, which you have secured the head of, and stuff like that. So.
Coxie will chitter and say, "These green ones disturb us all."
Piping up, Nathaniel will say, "The enemy of our enemy it is then. Now, I didn't see where the shooter was. Maybe you were. Maybe you did all the way up as you were. Where's the green coward?"
He's gone. He used some sort of portal on the hill.
Daniel raises an eyebrow again. Portal. Sounds like your expertise. Turning to Leoza.
She's got a furrowed brow already, seemingly having a similar reaction to Nathaniel at the news. Not what I expected to find amidst a bunch of orcs. They haven't been organized enough to be using magics at us. At least not that we've detected so far. We should investigate it. And our guard should not be let down, but if anyone needs healing, now would be a good time.
In that minute, Tiber will sling his glaive around his back, and then, with unarmed, taking a step towards the Aranask. Let's play a game. You beat me in an arm wrestle, we leave you alone. If I win, I get to name you.
What the fuck? One moment.
He's checking his strength real quick, trying to imagine how he can possibly beat them.
I just gotta roll in that 20, dude. It's all good.
5% chance of not being named Spider Thing.
We say Nathaniel has a broom, so
it's definitely not a DC 0. Whatever that is. Whatever it's supposed to be, DC 13.
Oh, let's see. What does it say? Charisma saving throw. Yeah, it's... So usually these DC checks are like 8 plus
Proficiency
plus
ability modifier.
ability modifier. So that would be 10
Yeah,
plus
so
3, so it is 13. Yeah.
Yeah, 13. Roll that, homie.
Okay. And what does this do?
It's a charisma saving throw. And yeah,
I
describe
can
what
give
it
you,
is.
I can give you. Unwilling creatures make a charisma saving throw to resist your pheromones. A successful application of this ability allows me to. All right, well, he passed it anyway. But in theory, if I'm successful, I can either give you advantage or disadvantage on charisma saving throws and skill checks, or I can lure you towards me, which was not going to be the case here. But you passed, so it actually doesn't matter. Seeing that nothing has changed within your stature, Akaxi will look at you and simply say, "How about we skip these games and I just roam with you for now?"
No.
So,
Daniel takes a step forward. His blades have never been. They're to his side, but he never actually stowed them away.
wait, his blades?
Yeah, his short sword
Yeah.
is still chained to his wrist.
Yeah. Did he say anything, or did he just take a step forward?
Oh, he just stepped forward. You just hear
so,
Tiber go, "No."
Akaxi's just gonna back up. So
Sounds
Alright.
like you better give yourself a name before my partner here sees the call. Before my partner here takes the liberty.
Tiber extends a hand towards you.
Akaxi is going to be thinking to himself, and he's going to look around at all of you, and he will speak his name, and you will not understand it.
It doesn't even
You
have
say-
like the
I
syllables of Akaxi. It's just like some chittering or something.
Yeah, it'll just be chittering. And then he'll say, "Perhaps I can find the words some other time." And then he'll look
Abomination it is.
He will look
Sound
towards,
good, Tiber.
He will look towards Tiber and he will say, "Okay, on one condition. I get to use every arm."
Tiber grins at this and he's like, "Fine, do it."
Okay.
All right,
So
I get a +9.
Well, that is 1, 2.
No, he has to do 9 checks.
Let's think about this.
Arm wrestles each arm.
How many arms
So
do you
I
actually
have
have?
8
as an
spider
arm?
arms
Yeah.
and 2 real arms.
Right.
So
So this is an
So-
athletics check with.
Yeah.
I think I like the idea of you just having advantage. Because are you
Alright,
using
I'll
every
still
arm
lose.
simultaneousing, or is it one? Is it what Champler's
Oh,
typing?
yeah. No, it'll be
Yeah.
it'll be every arm
Okay.
simultaneously.
Yeah. Maybe it's like I feel like it should
Mine
just
was
be
so
like a
much more
flat
basic.
bonus instead of advantage. I was thinking like +5 or something, but
Dude, advantage I'll still lose. It doesn't actually
Yeah,
matter.
that's
I
kind of
feel
what I'm
like-
thinking.
I feel
Is
like mine. I feel like mine. You actually have a better chance.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
I'm not
Like,
saying I
like,
don't.
you beat him to attrition.
I'm not just gonna go.
yeah, but
one
the
that-
small
that'll
the
take-
small limbs wouldn't by themselves.
yeah,
wouldn't-
they wouldn't actually.
It's
work
in
by
totality that
themselves,
it works.
so-
I think you just roll with advantage and Tiber rolls normally. That's what I think.
Alright.
It's athletics checks.
All right.
Oh my god, that 20!
Oh shit! He actually rolled the nat 20.
Oh shit!
You don't name me for shit, buddy.
Oh, I guess he doesn't. I like the idea that he was about, like, maybe, like, Tiber is too honorable for this, probably. But I liked the idea that, like, Akaxi grabs with, like, just the one arm, and then Tiber's like, all right, let's do it now before, like, the other arms come around to help. And Akaxi still just beats him that way. Because it wasn't the advantaged roll. That was just nat
Dude, the
20.
best part of this whole thing. is-
Okay, so Tiber will look a little perplexed as from the strength of all your combined arms, and he will go, "Let me use both arms."
Which is what? You roll with advantage to see if you nat 20 or beat a 23?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Coxie will laugh and say, "Of course."
Yeah, Nathaniel watches on in surprise. Oh shit!
Yeah.
All right. Well, then that means Acoxy has to roll a second time to see if he beats 2 out of 3.
I
Best 2
can't
out of
beat
3.
it. I can't. Oh yeah, you're saying
He,
we both roll again?
He nat 20.
Yeah, he did nat 20.
Yeah, my net. It's the highest possible roll.
Oh,
I
you
can
mean
get.
we both go again one time?
Well, yeah, because
Yes.
basically he. Yeah, that was my thought.
Yeah, no, he literally can't lose that unless he nat ones. This is the only way.
Yeah, let's see it. Another athletics check from Tiber.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. That would have beat you even without bonuses.
I know.
Well,
So joyfully,
Yeah.
like lifting all of your arms up into the air. Tiber, with a great big smile, will look at you and he will say, "Yes, you are now Kyle."
Oh my god.
fucking got him, dude.
Dude, the best part about this is that he DM'd me, trust me, you will like the name. And that was before I nat 20 to win the dice roll. So it was almost really funny.
Yeah, well, he was thinking good when he said use both arms. Oh my god!
Dude, you just wasted that.
Meta check. Nathaniel somehow knows that
Oh.
this means that Acoxy, well, he doesn't know his name. Nathaniel somehow knows that this means Kyle will become very large and charge very fast.
God, I'm really surprised.
Daniel
no one
had a dream from Cathora.
how did
Cathora
no
put
one-
a giant spider in front of Tiber.
How did no one
was a
insight
week
check
ago.
the spider saying he doesn't know his own name? How did that just not happen?
No, he does know his own name. He just said
No,
it in the
I
wrong
mean, like,
language.
yeah,
My
I'm surprised no one
modifier is 0, dude.
called that out.
Listen, Tiber doesn't care because he had a name picked out for you.
Well, yeah, of course Tiber doesn't care. But I'm surprised like Nathaniel just like yeah, moving on with that one.
Well, Leoza is, by the way, like, the knights were, like, aghast and audibly gasped when Acoxy beat Tiber the first time. But then they seem to have, like, shooken it off when Tiber gets him back. And Leoza is just, has a bemused expression on her face as she watches this display.
Kyle will look at you, and he will audibly sigh, and you will hear him chittering to himself, and he will say, "My name is Acoxy."
That's not what it says when I mouse over you.
What is? God damn it.
Back what
Uh,
I missed. What autism?
Kyle said that his name is
He
Acoxy,
called
but
me
that's
Kyle.
definitely not what it
And
says.
then I
if you
called
look.
myself Acoxy, and now my token is renamed to Kyle.
No.
Tiber barely knows common, so I'm going to say that was a DC 15 intelligence check and you failed.
I think that's meta check.
God damn.
That's okay. I'm sure my Discord name will be renamed Kyle. At some
No,
point
your
soon
shoulder.
because of this.
You're Kyler, one who Kyles.
Kyle.
You're Kyle's shoulder.
Alright, that destroyed.
All right, so I beat the 8-foot giant in an arm wrestling battle.
Yeah.
That will be forgotten, but that's okay. And now my name is Acoxy, but also Kyle.
Nathaniel will look at Tiber and says, I think we've kept the lady waiting long enough, Tiber. And then he looks to Acoxy and says, let's get moving, Kyle.
This is good. Welcome, Kyle.
And Tiber will just turn away from you as if you're now like a regular part of the group.
That's beautiful.
Nathaniel does not do that. He tries to quick loot this guy while keeping an eye on you.
You will hear him chitter to himself.
Which one are
As he
you?
goes-
Which one are you looting?
As he goes to climb up the wall.
Quick loot.
Oh, orc. Okay, give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Give me let's see. The orc
looks kinda
seems to be very sparsely equipped,
Yeah, you picked the wrong one.
but You do find
It was more like
a javelin stowed underneath some of his limited clothing. It was like inside his greave, if you will, kind of like standing up.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, take his iron knuckles.
He does have iron knuckles, but they're rather
I was
fastened.
gonna say, yeah, they're probably also rather large.
Yeah, I don't
They're
think they would
like
fit.
they're fast and not hard. Like it's too hard to get them off.
No, you could spend more time, but you said you were quick looting them. I'm just letting you know like what you can find on a short notice. So
Nathaniel will cut his hands off and just take them.
this is
That might take
Nathaniel's
longer
idea
than unfastening.
of a quick loot. It's just
Yeah.
hacking away at an orc's hand.
Well, while Nathaniel is hacking away at an orc's hands, Coxie is going to climb up the
Not
wall
hacking. It's one clean slice.
onto the ceiling.
Those are tough
and
bones.
Follow the group while I go BRP.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to BRP myself. What a message that you just wrote.
Do you like my message?
That was stupid.
That's why I said they're chittering to
Chitting?
himself. Yeah, chitting.
They'll be chitting when you
Chittering.
do that.
Don't shit yourself.
Don't chit yourself. All right. So, did you take the javelin? You can just add one.
Yeah, I take the javelin. I already +1
Okay.
on me.
Alrighty then. Okay, so with that, I will BRP myself, and you guys can convene amongst yourselves about what your next moves are going to be. But Leoza's eyes are glued to the glowing light faintly flickering on the hill, and I am gonna BRB.
I'm sure Nathaniel will be very mad about a Coxie climbing onto the ceiling and essentially out of sight or out of reach, but we will talk about that after I BRP.
You have 1 health. He'll stab you if you try and do anything. Everyone BRPs right when I come back. Absolute savagery.
It's okay, I'm back.
Cyber! I'm calling this thing Abomination.
Its name is Kyle.
I need more daggers, to be honest. I can't believe I've already gone through all like through 3 of my caltrops. Honestly, I can't wait until we get to use my horse because I'm gonna have advantage on regular dudes while I attack, and as soon as I get 1 momentum, it's gonna be an advantage +6.
Oh shit.
And my lance, I talked with Pro, it's gonna have a damage bonus based off if I move 20 feet. For every 20 feet I move in a straight line towards my target before I hit them. So, hell yeah, baby, we're gonna impale some people.
I'm back.
You're
Kyle has returned.
DM still peeing.
Does
PM.
does Nathaniel try and stop the Coxie?
No. Nathaniel's not Jason. He's not going to just try and stop you. He's just going to make a mental note, and if you step out of line and do something stupid, he's just going to throw a javelin at your 1 HP ass.
You don't know I'm 1 HP.
Actually, I do. I can see your health.
Nathaniel doesn't know I'm 1 HP.
Okay. I'll make a perception check. I saw you fall. I saw you get hit by that guy. Nathaniel knows that guy nearly brought him down the fucking death door on his own. So, what do you say? A D10, a difficulty 10.
All right. I actually don't think it matters that much, but in the spirit of this, I would like to point out that you have no idea anything about spider people. You don't even
But
know
at 1 health, I think you're bleeding. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing green or whatever the fuck blood you have on you.
It could be.
Like, Nathaniel has a big old fucking bruise already forming where he got, punched. He's at half health, so I'd say he actually looks like maybe there's a dent in his armor from that hit, and it looks like at an odd place.
I'm trying to see how much damage did he do to you?
So he dealt 8 damage, which is 2/3 of my health. And then I drank a potion that brought me to 7. Hyber, what's your health? Rico! What's your health, man?
Sorry, I was witnessing something really dumb. My current health or my max health?
Current health.
I'm at 5.
Oh, Jesus. When did you get hit?
I got hit by the arrow, and then I got hit by the dagger before I could get my temp HP back up.
Rip. Man, these guys are hitting harder. Go learn his lesson from the paladin partner.
Hey man, I'm not gonna lie, my temp HP really helped me out there.
I mean, established these guys as pretty fucking intimidating because they did some work.
I'm just glad I forced Shambler to take damage.
I mean, fuck. I forced you to have 15 walk speed, so I think it's fair.
No, you didn't.
Oh yeah, was Leoza the one who offered healing?
Yeah, Leoza said that if anyone needs healing, now would be a good time.
So Tiber will reveal the deep dagger wound, and kind of like gesturing to it by her, he will say, "Please close this wound."
Also, do I have those iron knuckles in my inventory now?
Sure, but we'll add the stipulation that they are
In the hands.
the hands are still there. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just grab the hands and beat the next orc with those hands.
There you go. Leoza will uncork a long healing potion and promptly dump all of the contents rather unceremoniously upon your cut. But rather than stinging the way that maybe one would expect it to, it seems to soothe the hurt, and after a short delay, fully heals every bit of that wound. You feel refreshed and rejuvenated.
It's really, it doesn't take a very high perception check, as me and Nathaniel discussed, to know that Akaxi is fucked up, but he is still climbing up the wall and onto the ceiling regardless. So.
That's it. Just don't fall, dude.
Huh. I feel great now. He will go lumbering off.
How many more of those do you have?
Leoza looks up at you somewhat grimly and says, and rather than saying anything, simply holds up a single finger.
Then I'll manage for now. Proceeds forward. Is this like a sheer surface? Here. Seeing Tiber wander off, Nathaniel will say, Tiber, they said they went on a portal on this hill. Let's not wander off now.
on the hill.
Dementia Goliath.
Am I able to climb this?
Yeah, because you're 8 feet tall, I'll say that it's 10 feet tall, so you could probably heft yourself up if you used both hands. You'd have to stow your glaive for it.
Yeah, well, it's on my back right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, then yeah, if y'all drag me up there, I'll just climb up the side.
All right, I have to
Kyle's
I have to give you
actually
the height manually because I didn't. There's no way to do that like automatically, but
Kyle's not
Pagan
actually
idol.
here. He's on the ceiling.
Kyle is on the ceiling indeed. All right, so Nathaniel, as you traipse up the hill, you'll see the comical sight of Tiber emerging from the rock, and perhaps wonder to yourself if that's how he came into this world.
Could he make a stealth check to see if I just don't recognize him as a rogue?
Is he trying to be stealthy? I don't think so. He's probably just
I'm not trying to be stealthy. I'm just on my way up.
yeah.
All right. So, Nathaniel says, "Well, what do we see here now that Tiber's come up?"
Yeah, overall, you'll see a relatively plain-looking outcropping of raised earth, but there's a decided point of interest in the strange, like almost wicker basket-esque flame, except it's made out of metal that has long since been rusted. However, the flame within still burns, and it seems like one of the stones that litters the exterior of the cave, or the walls of the cave, has been placed within the fire. It's the only thing that has any arcane aspect to it so far, and certainly the only thing of it at all that you can see now that you've arrived here.
Does my Arcana check reveal anything?
You're very quiet, by the way, but I can hear you. I heard what you said. Your Arcana check reveals that the fire is definitely not traditional fire, and Tiber will be sensitive to the fact that the flame does not appear to produce heat. But that is all the devastated. The Kyle Arcana check is not something that you get much value from. You just know that it's not traditional fire, which the greenness probably could have told you.
You will hear from above. He just walked over and activated it, and he was gone.
Assuming we won't damn ourselves in doing so, perhaps it is worth following and gutting the thing. But I'll let he cuts himself off and says, I will let Lizoa decide.
As if entering on cue, scaling the short hill, followed in due course by Kristoff and Eric, Leoza takes a step forward and examines the thing more closely. See what she ends up getting. Well, that's a pretty good one.
Did not fall asleep during her lectures.
Blood occasionally dripping down onto the ground next to Nathaniel. It's MH.
Are you going to die?
No.
Bleed somewhere else, please.
Do you look away as you say that?
Yes.
Well, then you don't get to see him shake his head.
I'm trying to find out where the. Do you guys see the plus 10 feet above your heads? Like above
Yeah,
every
yes.
token on the
Yeah.
screen right now?
Yeah, except
Well,
for,
not on every token, but on 5 out of 6.
except for Eric.
Oh yeah, he's not actually up there yet. Oh no, he is. He's just the other guy was in the way. Anyway, the reason why I was asking that is because I'm trying. There is a setting to turn that off, but I can't figure that out where it is. So I'll have to do that later. Okay, so Leoza takes a moment to examine the flame and is like kind of like crouched down and looking around for like a fire stick that you would normally use to start a fire. As she eventually mutters, "Did he do it with his bare hands?" And looks up towards the bleeding Kyle.
I didn't see anything in his hands, Reed.
Yeah, he just like started grabbing at the thing inside, and then it activated. He like dropped his short bow on the ground and everything.
The flame was extinguished. He just put his bow on the ground and panically grabbed at whatever's in the flame. And then he was gone and the flame was alive.
Turning back to the fire, Leoza frowns and says, "Well, I'd recommend caution with anything that we don't yet understand. Is it so important that we immediately find and kill this orc? What if we would follow him through into some sort of trap?" And she looks over at Nathaniel, but then sort of passing her gaze across everybody here, except for Kyle, since Kyle's so far on the ceiling. And Leoza says, "This is starting to feel a bit like a trap. The goblins and even some of the orcs we slew to get here were nothing compared to those ones."
I'm worried what the implications are. That brutes of that strength are able to just teleport away. Who knows? Perhaps they have some of these altars behind our lines already.
Kristoff seems to like pull his visor down so that he can be more readily seen. Eric has already done so. And Kristoff says, "I'm inclined to agree with Nathaniel. If these teleportation devices are so easily found in a cavern such as this, we could be in for some serious trouble. But we don't really know how it works."
Looking up at Kyle, Nathaniel will say, "He grabbed it and teleported, or he grabbed it and a portal opened?"
He grabbed it and he was gone.
Hmm. I say we destroy it then, and keep moving. Perhaps one of us returns to the camp to tell them of these findings. In case something goes wrong, I would like to know that our party is kept in the loop.
So you're saying we shouldn't touch it?
Leoza says, "I'm saying that."
And we don't touch it, Nathaniel says, with an air of authority.
It would be a good arm wrestle, Tiber.
Arm wrestle, you say?
Silence, abomination! I will not tolerate temptation in the face of danger.
No,
We will
we
do
wrestle.
what makes sense. Oh my god.
Wait, who is the arm wrestling?
Who said it?
Who said what?
He said he would be a good arm wrestle.
Oh, Akaxi.
I said
Kyle.
I said the flame would be a good arm wrestle.
Int check for subtlety.
Well, he already rolled an 18. I think he can tell that Akaxi is, Kyle is taking the piss.
No, that was me rolling to figure out whether or not Tiber would just grab it by when he heard grab it.
I mean, do you want a persuasion check to grab the flame? Like, what are you asking for?
Int check to see if he takes you literally. Like, it will be a good arm wrestle, as in the flame will be a good arm wrestle, or if he reads into it falsely and thinks that Kyle wants to arm wrestle him again, his favorite pet.
I don't think that's what. I don't know if you could possibly have that as the.
Yeah, I don't know if you can be that stupid.
I'll say that before Kyle. Before
Not Benson level, is what you're saying.
Before Tiber can actually say something in response to Kyle saying it'll be a good arm wrestle, Eric will give a nod towards Kristoff, who steps forth a little bit and says, "If there's to be a messenger, let it be me. I'm lighter on my feet than this one." And he nudges Eric.
And it shall be you, Nathaniel says. And then he, so it's on fire. It's like a brazier.
Yeah, it's sort of like this iron brazier that's got some sort of green flame wreathed around a stone of sorts.
Well, Nathaniel walks over. He puts a boot on that brazier and he kicks it over the edge, muttering a prayer to Gathora for protection as he does so.
The fire spills out over the side of the hill and the overlook before the stone that had the flame upon it sort of tumbles all the way down. The stone, despite the brazier being sort of dismantled and the stone itself being away from the brazier, the stone still is lit.
I like to hit it with my Ray of Frost, the stone.
Okay. Just roll for damage, since it's not gonna try to be. With the magics of Akaxi from the ceiling, the light is properly extinguished, but everybody will have seen that it took that intervention in order to extinguish the light. And then you'll hear Leoza remark, you'll hear Leoza sort of remark, "So it's the stone then, and not the fire."
Taking notes, Nathaniel says to the knight that's volunteered to be the messenger. All of this will be important for the commander.
Kristoff nods and says, "Anything else I should tell him?"
I bet he's just going back home. He doesn't want to be down here anymore.
I'm just a soldier, but my 2 cents would be that it would make sense to send scouting parties behind us. I don't like how we face such easy resistance, only to encounter brutes of such strength. If I was in command, I would have placed these braziers all along predetermined paths, hidden, and then lured us in with weaklings before cutting off our escape. I don't want to come back to a butchered company.
Kristoff stands back at attention and nods and says, "Well, I'll keep my eye out and inform the others to do so as well. I do hope that you all come back, not butchered."
We'll do so. But never mind. He doesn't say anything because LMAO
Got him.
voices are hard.
Kristoff will light one of his own torches and begin his exit.
Can't believe Kristoff didn't fall for my rage bait.
What did you do?
When he said anything else I should tell the commander, Kyle said,
Oh, yeah.
I bet he's just going home. He doesn't want to be down here anymore.
Yeah.
Nathaniel took that as earnest. Like, yeah, maybe he knows something about the orcs that he's barely been fighting for generations.
And then as Nathaniel exits the cavern, you see him emerge from another oh, wait, wrong cavern.
Oh my god, no, not this puzzle again.
The callback. I had to do it.
Quote unquote puzzle.
Nathaniel suddenly feels like he's 105 years old. He also has the urge to touch many balls.
All right.
In character.
And now
In
you ruined it. All right.
All right, so down a man, but up a spider thing. The party seems
Good
to be. The party seems to be still at a reasonable strength, but Leoza looks up at Kyle and says, "Why haven't you asked for healing?"
I'm okay.
She casts her gaze down to the stone and rock that have been covered in slowly dripping blood, and then looks back up at you and says, "If you're sure."
Let the abomination prove itself before we go wasting resources.
I killed more things than Kristoff.
And I killed more things than you.
I killed more things than T-Boy did. I also
He
beat him in an
broke
arm
more
wrestle.
bones.
I beat him in an arm wrestle is going to be legendary banter forever.
When's the last time you beat that man in an arm wrestle? I bet it was never.
I didn't have 8 arms to spare. Also, stop copying me.
It's okay, I could beat you in one. And he'll move
I'm
away.
sure you could. And then you'd lose the hand for the trouble.
Wow, dishonorable prince.
You're a spider thing.
You are literally Satan. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. If he was any more honorable,
You're traveling with
he
a
would
rock,
gut
man.
you without even asking the questions.
Acoxy, as you slink along the cavernous roof between stalactites, moving effortlessly, much in contrast to your movement along the ground, you notice once again that yawning chasm of a cavern that had birthed you out of the darkness. It no longer seems as shadowed and violent, but it does stir within you a stark reminder of a place you were just in momentarily ago.
So it's not like calling, it's just reminding me?
Yeah, you just take notice of it and notice that it's not seemingly active as a portal any longer.
I see.
Leoza casts a gaze towards Tiber and says, "Were you really going to arm wrestle the rock?"
I guess not.
He's really sad about it.
It did look like my brother.
It's true.
I don't think it would have put up much of a fight anyway.
Dude, I promise when Three Crow was about when he said yes, like the first time during, like, before the battle started, he was so close to saying yes, brother. I heard it in his...
Listen,
he was so close.
him trying to solve a problem with arm wrestle is now like 2 out of 3 characters have done that. Benson did that to Jason, and now Tiber did that to Kyle. So I'm just saying.
And they've all been of great importance too.
Yeah.
Heron Call would have survived.
I would
if
like to
Benson
argue.
didn't
I don't know
walk
how
out.
I actually got named because I won one and then he won one. So I don't see it.
No, then you guys
Wait,
did again
you
after.
lost the second one.
It was it became a best of 3.
That's 3.
Yeah, that's 3.
Did I gather my caltrops up?
Sure, I'll delete them off of the board. Though that will take some time, so if anybody else is doing anything else, feel free to fill me in.
We say I brought up room for that.
You say a broom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, so
So that it's not like, yeah, you spend 2 hours.
I don't actually care because Kyle is a hilarious bit, but he rolled 3 times and I rolled twice.
I only rolled as many times as I was asked by the DM.
I don't know. Kyle.
Well, you got your nat 20, and he rolled once, and then he had to beat your nat 20, which he did. Because then I would have made you roll a second time, which would have broken the nat 20. So I actually, by letting you live off of the nat 20 for 2 rolls, I helped you out a little.
No, it makes sense this way. Because I beat him with the nat 20, which was all of my arms.
Yeah.
And then he used his second arm. I see.
Are we ready?
Are you?
What?
That's a simple question.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you quiet.
Yeah,
Doesn't
you were
easy
quiet.
than that.
But he said, "Are you?"
How do I
in response.
Am I louder
No.
now?
I'm 3.
Yeah, you're a little bit louder.
What
Alright.
do I find on the other orcs?
I already added it to your inventory. There's a
I forgot you're a loot goblin.
yeah, a there's a wicked-looking
I am a
dagger, that is not actually worth 1,000 gold. Ignore that.
You
There's
would
Say,
have
that's
even
pretty
noticed.
epic.
there's a heavy crossbow, and then there's a long sword.
Holy shit. Any bolts for the crossbow?
Oh yeah, it's not really a case. It's just like loose bolts. I'll throw them in.
Gotcha. We're gonna get so much momentum, boys.
All right.
Iber, you should lead the way. You're the hardiest of us all, and you bear the torch. I'll stick to the back. Leosa, do you think you can keep an eye on him?
You want me to walk around here looking up at the ceiling the whole time? I'll trade shifts with Eric.
Fair enough. Take up the middle.
Some kind of leader doesn't want the easiest scout to be scouting his homeland for you guys.
You look like you're going to drop dead if I even breathe in your direction.
I don't know what that has to do with me scouting.
If you know anything about the caves, then tell Tiber. Otherwise, I'm trying not to have you die on our first engagement. Proper engagement. If you wish to be so reckless with your life, go ahead. It's nothing from me.
I like the bit of telling Tiber anything, the guy who just wanted to arm wrestle a rock.
Yeah.
Like he would understand anything at all.
Daniel tried Tiber. Okay?
Yeah, you do.
Tiber's, not the brightest bulb, but You know, if something goes wrong, he can smash his way out of it 90% of the time. Nathaniel relies on that.
I grapple my problems with confidence.
That's right. That's right.
How high up am I? How high up is the ceiling?
Probably like 30 feet.
All right.
If only destiny wasn't so. If only the caverns earlier weren't so tight. Destiny would be useful against these brutes. In these types of caverns, at least.
You named your horse after a bad video game?
Named his horse after fate.
No, then the horse would be named Fate.
They're
God.
synonyms.
I know. Rage beating.
Yeah, it's true.
So is Tiber actually leading, or is he just?
Yeah, I'll whatever direction we're going, I'll take a point position.
That is a good question to ask you guys. Which direction are you going?
Oh, looks like we're going down this way.
Okay. All right.
Oh, the triangle formation was unworthy.
There was a triangle formation?
Yeah. The triangle.
Oh, I get it. Well, there doesn't seem to be much stirring inside the part of the cavern that you find yourself in, but the path shrinks further on towards the southwest. It is also where some of the orcs appeared to have gathered from. And it's also where Akaxi, or Kyle as he is known, is moving through the stalactites quietly.
He's not moving too fast, and maybe the group thinks that so he can keep up, but it's also so he can keep an eye out for those weird alligator stalactite creatures.
Alligator stalactite creatures.
Do you remember that when we were trying to discuss a hunting trophy? There were these creatures that disguise themselves as stalactites to eat adventurers and such.
Yeah, I can't remember what they were called, though.
Yeah, I can't remember their name at all. But he's keeping an eye out for those things.
You want to give me a perception?
Or I guess a couple eyes.
Okay. I rest BRB real quick, so... There aren't so many moments where you're stopping for too long, but Akaxi, you do seem to identify that the area ahead is clear of threats from the roof, from the ceiling. There is a not so quiet chattering that you can hear from your vantage point, however. Not a tongue you comprehend, but certainly any chatter is worth some caution.
All right. Akaxi will hang from a stalactite so he's a little closer to the group, and he will say, in a whisper, "Stop. Something ahead." Or I guess he wouldn't say stop, but he would say, "Something around the corner. Talk."
Tiber was here right now, he would start speaking because he would think that that's an order.
Yeah, he would.
How loudly
Nathaniel
should I
crouching
talk?
down.
That's what he would say.
Nathaniel will whisper to Leoza, "I'll go get a better look, just in case." And then he will try to sneak towards the threat.
Ah, rolling stealth, are we? All right. You'll note that as you descend closer towards the little rounding of the bend, the light seems to start to fall off. However, another flickering green glow eerily warps around the corner as if waiting for you to have your look.
Nathaniel has his javelin and his chained sword right now, for clarity, as he continues. Wow.
Two thin, elven-looking creatures stand with weapons drawn and are seemingly interrogating or ordering an orc with a quiver upon his person. However, he does not bear any weapons that you can see. Advantage because ceiling. Yeah, we'll say that you have a pretty high bonus, so it's just flat. It's like that turns into a 7 or something. So you're not just like falling off of the place. But you remember you are dripping blood, so
Oh yeah, true.
it's kind of
I actually completely forgot about that, so he probably wouldn't even try and stealth because he's smart enough to know that that's stupid.
Yeah. There's indistinct, brutish talking from beyond the drow, but they are busy talking directly to an orc that is slowly, reluctantly, sheepishly moving towards a very large-looking outcrop of rock to the west. One of the drow is equipped with a bow, and while they aren't reaching for an arrow, they're definitely there's a threatening pose to them. And the other has a great smirk on his face as he thumbs the scabbard of his scimitar. Behind the two drow are two more orcs. One with a bow and arrow holstered, and the other with a great axe. Resting, sort of like implanted into the ground, and he's leaning on it.
And then there's a green brazier again.
Yep, there's one more of those braziers. Seemingly pretty similar in construction and glow to the other.
All right, Nathaniel will sneak back to the party. Assuming nothing goes wrong.
Yep.
He will say to Leoza and Tiber in a low voice, "Two drow, 3 orcs, discussing something. I can't understand the language. They're not speaking Elvish. There's a brazier providing light. What else did I see? Oh, he described the armaments as well of the orcs and their general positioning, 2 in the back, 2 in the center, 2 drow in the center, and the orc. Would Nathaniel know if the drow have dark vision or not?
Why don't you give me a history check?
What?
Nathaniel would not consider that, I think. Blood slowly drips between all 4 of you.
As the blood slowly drips, Coxie will say, "Okay, this is getting rather inconvenient. Anyone have some healing?"
Where's your spider pride?
Dripping.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Is it like green blood, black blood, red blood?
what do you think?
I don't know what Aronasks would be, but I'd say it's green because shadow magics, or black.
Yeah, I think it
don't
would
know.
be black, and it would be like there'd be red on the outside and black on the inside.
Black and red. So, further noting that I could possibly be Hellspawn.
Nathaniel will say, then, "I think I could make a shot on the brazier. See if I can destroy the rock with a well-placed bolt." He motioned to the crossbow he looted. "Cut off their escape. Maybe even lure them this way. Then we kill them."
Leoza nudges Eric, who reluctantly sort of like rolls his head a little bit and produces from a pack a potion of red liquid and kind of like looks up towards Kyle confusedly and then looks back down to Leoza and says, well, how do I apply it? He's all the way up there.
How big are stalactites?
Well, they range in size, but at best you could try to dangle from one, but you'd still be like 20 feet in the air.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna dangle from one stalactite,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna drop onto Tiber, and then I'm gonna pick up the health potion.
Oh, I see.
Can I raise one hand and try to like catch him as he falls?
Oh, okay. That's a better question. Can I reach Kyle? Can I reach Tiber's hand from the stalactite?
Well, unless you are 12 feet long, the answer is no.
Oh, okay.
You would have to,
Then, yeah.
you'd have to get Tiber to throw you back up there.
That might be where his
Just toss
spider
the
pride draws
potion
the
up
line.
to him, just like they taught me the potion.
It's a 30-foot throw, dude.
Yeah, you're hanging, right?
Okay, 20-foot throw.
And then Tiber throws it.
It just smashes and starts healing the rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Just crawl down. so
Kyle
we
is
can-
going to drop onto Tiber from the stalactite because my version is cooler.
Yeah. Tiber, do you actively attempt to catch the incoming Kyle?
Yes.
All right. Well, Kyle will land without incident, and then be within reach to accept this gift of a healing potion. There you are.
All that for a minor healing potion.
Yeah. It's Leoza who's got the good stuff.
All
Man,
right. Well,
You
that's
don't
half
need
of my
that much
health
healing
anyway.
anyway. You know?
dude, you're feeling
Yeah,
much
there you go.
better, and you're not bleeding nearly as badly, or at all, in fact.
All right. Kyle's gonna look it down at Tiber, or I guess he would have climbed onto the ground to drink the health potion. He's gonna look at Tiber, and he's gonna say, do you have? What's the word?" And then he helps like chitter to himself, and I'll go, "Grace."
Fuck, I keep
18
trying to
number.
fail these.
I knew that was coming.
There's a button called disadvantage.
Nah, he doesn't have that yet.
He's not that.
Get him
stupid.
some booze and
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
I can't god mod my own rolls.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I've heard the word grace before. So, Tiber will raise an eyebrow at you and go, "What do you mean?"
If I asked you to throw something onto the ceiling, would you be doing it lightly or strongly?
Lightly is for the weak.
You know, I actually agree with that one. And he'll climb up back to the ceiling. Yeah, you just accidentally had made him respect you a little bit.
Now that's, yeah. Okay, so Nathaniel was attempting
Any
to...
thoughts on the plan?
Yeah. Leoza looks to you, Nathaniel, and says, striking it with physical weaponry may end up as well as you knocking the other one over. To put another way, it may require a magical touch to extinguish.
Looking to Kyle, Nathaniel says, "Sounds like a job for our most disposable member."
Fucking savage.
Sounds like you better start asking.
I haven't heard from the rest of your betters yet.
I don't know what you just said you cut up on my
Oh, he said, I haven't heard from the rest of your betters yet, meaning the other party members.
I see.
Eric looks around and says, if you're right that there's 5 of them, and there's only 5 of us, that could be bad odds given how the last battle was, well, quite the skirmish. What do you say, Tiber?
Normally I would charge into them, but perhaps we do try to lure them around the corner, and then we strike.
They had the advantage due to the surprise earlier. This time, it'll be on our side. And Nathaniel will produce some caltrops. I'll even make a little obstacle course for them in the hallway on my way there. When they come chasing, they won't even know what they'll step. When they come chasing, they'll come into a kill zone.
Leoza nods, and Eric seems somewhat satisfied by this. But Leoza also adds, where shall we position ourselves to receive them?
Daniel will point to like here and here and here, and he'll say, you position here with the torchlight. I will set caltrops here, 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 and here. I'll know where they are, so I'll be able to make quick time as they chase. Hopefully, we'll catch a few. Then, with whatever ranged firepower you have, lay into them.
Eric will produce a short sword after stowing his shield, and Leoza will sort of tap her, one of the rings that is over her gloved hand.
Oh, the knight doesn't have a ranged weapon?
He does, he has a short bow.
Okay. What about Tiber?
From the ceiling, you will hear chittering and the words, if you asked nicely, I'd lend it to my hunting trap.
And oh would you, oh gracious Spider-Man, lend me your hunting trap in this dire time of need, as a sign of companionship against a fell enemy and common foe.
Well, that was a little too nicely.
Take it or leave it.
Akaxi will take out his hunting trap from his off his waist, and he will look to drop it into your hands.
Nathaniel accepted.
Tiber will take out his longbow.
Use it to murder these foes. I do want it back, though.
All right. So Nathaniel, do I want to get the 2 ranged attacks off? I think I do. So Nathaniel will again try to stealth up, and he will have 2. He'll unshackle his wrist for now, and put his sword away. But then he will take 2 javelins out. He will stalk his way forward. Oh, he'll take the second javelin out once he's a bit further in. He's going to drop the caltrops, as he said he would, and lay the hunting trap down. What does the hunting trap do?
You can take a look at the description. Tiber, as you ready your longbow, there's a very faint disturbance somewhere northeast. A vibration that doesn't quite shake the earth as much as it gently nudges it. Something small and most likely insignificant is moving, but nothing that you would immediately be aware of.
Does it seem to be coming from where the portal was, or is it hard to tell?
Hard to tell, but that direction doesn't seem to be moving in any given, like any specific path or pattern. It's almost swaying a little bit fainter, a little bit more palpable, a little bit more faint, back and forth.
I'm gonna mark this with a caltrip and just give myself back the caltrip because it's not letting me actually put it on the thing.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be
sure.
right here. And I'm just
So
gonna give that self.
this one is the hunting trap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cyber will turn towards the general source of the noise, and he will call out to the group and say, "There's something over here."
Eric looks over worriedly, having his bow and arrow drawn. Leoza says, "What is it?"
I hear something shambling around.
Can't say that. I think this is a solid enough setup.
Kyle
I guess I
is
can move diagonal here.
Kyle is skittering across the top, trying to get a better angle at whatever Tiber is talking about. Do I see anything?
Let's see how far your dark vision would go. Ah, yes. You will see a strange and small creature in the very, very far distance. It is occluded by many of the spikes, but it seems to be sort of swaying gently back and forth with its arms. And it has some sort of musical instrument within its mouth, and just using its mouth only to operate it. It's like a tubed instrument, and it doesn't get. It's not like it's playing any sound that you can hear, but it's definitely doing. It is moving. It is doing something. It's on a ledge raised up from the earth. So that would explain why nobody saw it earlier, but it's definitely, it looks like it's been there for some time.
Kyle will, not taking any of his eyes off of it, will say, "That is the ugliest thing I have ever seen." It has some... What'd you say?
I was going to say it's like this skinny, gaunt thing with metallic-looking armor. Like, I'm describing it in a way that because you can't really see with regards to, you have no color, so you don't know what color it is.
Yeah.
But it's a skinny, gaunt, sickly-looking thing, long face, vaguely would resemble like a really twisted-looking version of a human, which I guess you've probably only ever seen a few humans in your life. But it's definitely something bestial. Reminds you more of like an orc or a goblin, but definitely not either of those things.
It has some sort of instrument. It's playing silent music or something. It's like this mix between an orc or a goblin or a human. It's quite disgusting.
Should we take care of it before we address the orcs?
It has seemingly been there for quite some time. Perhaps just let sleeping dogs lie.
How do you know that saying?
If I've seen a human, I've probably seen a dog.
Have you seen a dog?
Yeah. I mean, there are different kinds of dogs.
Yeah.
Tavern dog?
You just translate any saying like that into whatever would make the most sense.
All right, let sleeping spiders lie.
Let sleeping stalactites sleep.
Trip.
I guess it would probably be like, I don't know, maybe with Aranas, it would be like, let sleeping chitin lie or something.
Yeah.
All right, that works.
Slumbering giants, something like that.
Ah, there we go. That's more universal.
Right. Let slumbering
still
giants
exist.
snore, something like that. Yeah.
All right, so Kyle says, "Let's be cool." Does Tiber believe him?
I definitely heard something. It seems that Kyle has found it.
Is it a threat?
Again.
Asks Leoza.
I would leave it. I think it saw our whole first battle together. No reason to assume it won't see another.
Watching us, you think?
Something like that. I guess Tiber would have the best chance since he's the highest up physically. But there will probably be some sort of faint noise as something on Kyle's body shifts. But you don't see what.
I guess the question is whether or not Tiber would even be looking up to see what it is.
Probably not, because you're like, if you're looking at anything, it would be over in the general direction of where the noise was, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So what exactly are you? Oh, I see. You're just preparing it?
Changing my face.
Yeah. Makes sense. What would you like to
So
change
the
your
plan
face?
is
Honestly. Alright, I'm trying to read this. Breaking this illusion in front of someone unaware of your true identity gives you a bonus to it. Intimidation rolls equally proficiency bonus. He told me it's a drow.
Yeah.
yes,
What else was
drow.
there? 2 drow?
Two
Was it
drow
just 2
and
drow?
three orcs.
3 orcs.
3 orcs. What are the natural hunters of orcs?
You?
Like what else down here? Yeah,
You?
other than me, what else down here would hunt orcs? I guess anything. We'll say I have the face of a oh no, just for the bit, I have the face of that fucking ugly thing in the top right corner.
Okay, you change your face to look like that of the bizarre, twisted creature, but I don't think many people will be noticing it until it is time.
Correct.
Nathaniel's proceeding forward upon hearing Kyle chitter on the ceiling.
Dude, do I see my hunting trap on the ground?
Yes,
And
it
know
is
as
this
well
one
used?
right here, primed and ready for
So
use.
stealth again.
Hell yeah, you do.
Are you on the ground or?
No, he's
On the
No, I'm
ceiling.
30. I'm in the sky.
he's 30 feet up.
Okay.
I'm in the cave
So-
sky.
The plan is go in, you shoot the brazier. I'm gonna throw 2 javelins, then we're gonna lure them this way. What's the plan?
All right. Well, I rolled a 17 plus all of whatever the bonuses were. So
Yeah,
And I rolled a
you guys
21.
basically are at the same score right now. So.
Fucking assassins of the night. Uh-oh.
The-
Did I get dropped from the call?
No, you're.
Right.
We lost Baelithal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, goodbye, fearless.
It's all he could listen to for now. Okay. Can Nakaxi give me another perception check as you behold the sight before you? Okay, thank you.
I don't like that. There's an alligator stalactite somewhere.
I still don't know what those things are called, so I don't,
I don't either.
that would be really funny. Like, I don't know what that is. Anyway, here it is.
Stalactite. As in, like, malicious.
A stalact fight. Got him.
God.
Absolutely.
So what's the target selection looking like here?
So, Nathaniel, the range on these is what? Let me see here. It says
120 feet would be
30. 120.
So 30 feet is like accurate, and 120 feet is inaccurate.
So the plan is Nathaniel's. I'm figured that stealth check is high enough to where Nathaniel can get kind of close, like the very edge of this light, without being seen. And then the plan is he's going to step into the light, throw both things at this drow
Okay.
at the same time that Kyle shoots his frost at the brazier.
All right. Well, yeah, you are pretty well hidden for now. You know that you won't have long as you step into the light, but you'll have enough time to ready and throw both javelins, and maybe a bit more time if you absolutely need it.
All right. So that's the plan then.
Okay.
Can I have it for Kyle that he can angle himself in such a way that he can launch his ray of frost and then dip back around the corner before anyone sees him?
Can you tell me? So you're asking for an angle?
Like, is there like some kind of, or like he can be using like a stalactite as cover?
Sure.
So as like when they look for where the ray of frost came from, they can't find him specifically.
Yeah. Well, that's also part of your stealth check. Like, it's not going to be
Okay.
exactly broken just because you've casted an ability.
Yeah.
Although they will be looking in that general direction after the javelin anyway. I'm going to need a perception check from Nathaniel.
This is a bad thing to make me do. You cruel, cruel man.
Okay, thank you. All right. Proceed when ready.
Being watched. All right, so Nathaniel, right when he shoots, this ray of frost sounds off. He throws his javelins at the drow that's nearest. So I start getting momentum from this, right?
Yeah, you'll have
The first
you'll have
javelin, regular.
momentum, as long as you hit, right? Which is not a hit. Oh wait, no. Is it momentum if you're just using it, even if you miss? I can't
I thought it was
remember.
just in general.
Advantage because stealth.
That's not advantage.
That is true. Oh,
I mean, you can line up your shot, but remember, he doesn't have that much time. I'll let you get
When you
advantage on one of the
successfully attack-
attacks because you have time to line up your shot a little bit, and they're
okay.
like
Then it'll
being
be that
really-
attack that I will reroll.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, fuck me, man.
Well, you
I take it that missed it too.
Yes.
With one javelin down, Nathaniel throws another.
Well, they're definitely
doesn't
alerted
get
and
momentum.
as they like look around for the source of this.
What happened? I'm just gonna roll that
Yeah,
one again.
this might be a. All right.
That hit.
Roll the damage.
Oh.
Okay.
It's 5. I have 1 momentum.
The javelin strikes the drow, but it's a glancing blow. For 5 damage, it seems to reel back, spinning almost, with the momentum carried forth by the weapon. When does Akoxi throw out some magic at the thing, by the way?
Oh, it
think
was
it
supposed to
was
be him
the
firing
same.
first.
Oh, it was? Is that what he did?
Yeah.
Does he do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you roll the damage for me of your...
I did. It was 6.
Oh, okay. All right. As the light flickers and sputters out, plunging the room into relative darkness, it's a lot harder to hit them when you can't see them. But, you're throwing them in the general area that they were. And you hear the second one appropriately strike one of the targets. There's cries and orders, furious orders, in a language you don't recognize, even though it sounds somewhat like Elvish. None of the words carry forth, especially in the heat of it all.
All right. Nathaniel yells in Elvish regardless, "Your mother was a whore!" and runs. Not trying to be stealthy anymore. In fact, trying to be as loud as possible. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You got trapped.
I got trapped. They trapped me. Am I dead? Oh my god, why? This sounds like it hurt.
Peace, Nathaniel.
Don't worry. Just as Nathaniel finishes his speech in Elvish, which none of the party will comprehend, something strange happens, stirring around him. The large outcrop of rocks that pokes out from the cave seems to shift and quake in a very unnatural way for rocks to do, unbeknownst to Nathaniel entirely. Then, just as he turns round, those rocky outcroppings turn into strange tentacles that lash out towards him. But Nathaniel is none the wiser as both of them flail and miss the target before slinking back into the rock. Coxie, on the other hand, may have noticed that, and Nathaniel will just have felt the floosh of air, maybe thinking that he's under fire from ranged attacks already.
Exactly.
Do I know what that was?
Thinking.
Were you watching intently, or were you retreating?
Yeah, well, I would have been looking at Nathaniel as he turned around. He wouldn't have left before Nathaniel started leaving.
Okay, well, yeah, he couldn't have seen that anyway to begin with, so, cause it's so dark, right? He can see, 5 feet around his person, that's it.
Yeah.
And as he goes back into the light, here, since you're the only one who can see it.
What the fuck? I was mostly asking, have I seen it before? Which is why I rolled the history. But that's terrifying.
Yeah. All right. So, as
you got very lucky.
As Nathaniel and Acoxy scurry through the terrain, Kyle and Nathaniel scurry back. Kyle obviously darting through the stalactites, and Nathaniel doing his best to avoid his own traps. There's definitely a sudden scrambling occurring. They are being followed, but by how many footfalls, it is not easy to tell.
Can I prepare an action?
Yeah. Anybody can prepare any action if they wish.
Oh, wait, are they going to be surprised if I don't prepare an action? Or
Nathaniel will say in
I guess they wouldn't be
quiet
surprised.
voice, "Don't make them stop by shooting too soon. Let them enter the traps first. Then fire."
Right, Tiber.
Right.
I was expecting an intelligence check.
No, he's fine.
He's not a retard. He led men.
He tried to arm wrestle a rock.
Yeah, he did do that, but that was
The
intense.
Coxie doesn't. Coxie doesn't know any different.
I misinterpreted that line.
Yeah. Anybody. It could have happened to anybody.
Yeah, I would have touched the rock.
One of us did, because we have someone fucking missing from the group.
Oh no, that was Christoph. He went to go tell
He
everybody
left,
what was
like
going
a scaredy
on.
cat.
He's like the messenger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm preparing to make a spell on the weakest looking one that I can see.
Okay, well,
Weakest isn't lowest vitality, I guess, if that makes sense.
Shambles.
The opposite of Tiber.
yeah.
So,
That's probably the drow on the way back, but he's watching the orcs for now as they begin to move.
I can't reach him anyway.
We'll say that in the flurry of battle, the orcs are moving with quite a bit of pace, and in the process, as they round the bend, one of them steps directly into the caltrops, and only now has he properly realized that something is amiss. So this is a DC 15 dex saving throw, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's another minus
Until
2.
he's healed, he has minus 10 movement.
Dude, I love the fact that of all the saving throws they could nat one, it's always the fucking caltrops to do one extra damage. It's like when we would watch fucking Harry and the spiders get nat 20s on their attack rolls to do 2 damage.
Yeah. Pretty good. Okay, so that's 5 damage. Who are you targeting?
The first orc that enters a trap, so it would be melee man.
Okay.
Is the conditions of my action. That brings me up to 2 momentum.
Hell yeah, brother. And then Tiber needs to attack with the longbow. They both hit, by the way. Oops.
He evaporates.
Yeah. All right,
That's
another
2
5.
plus that's 12 damage.
Yeah, all told, it's 12 damage, and the orc seems to be like heavy breathing, not at all enjoying the situation, and then says, something in a tongue that you don't understand, but it seems more like a pained question than anything directed at you. And the drow in the back simply smirks and almost like he's admiring the view, but says nothing.
Sadistic.
Targeting the one with the bow, Leoza lets out a burst of necrotic energy that fuses with the orc's skin, turning it a chilled amount of a temperature that seems to break into small spatterings of blood. Eric, on the other hand, lets loose an arrow directed at the orc that braved the caltrops. Ooh, and puts him down onto his last legs. With a cry for his success, he says, "Ah, damn it! Kristoff's not here. He'll never believe I hit something."
Nathaniel will respond, "On my honor, I shall tell him, brother."
Seemingly beaming with pride, Eric will then begin stowing his bow and making ready to produce a more pertinent weapon for close quarters combat. And
Kyle, overwatching these acts, his head is filled with buzzing and almost an overwhelming amount of little balls of dark energy as he casts infestation onto the archer.
Okay.
Oh, lame-o.
You did not blissfully embrace that, man.
Yeah, that's a Cause Monarchy reference right there.
If only I got it. It sucks because attack rolls get advantage, but saving throws don't.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like it should have been some roll about like adding at least a plus or something.
Yeah, because it's just very silly. It doesn't.
What if you roll a 1d4?
I guess we can always homebrew that in the event of like a surprise, they just have -2 to their saving
Well, it would
throws.
probably be disadvantage for an actual like full blown surprise. So he could just I could just make him roll again. But I was also wondering if it would be really funny if he rolled a 1d4 and it was a 1 and it still passed. Oh, fucker.
These orcs are made of something else, you know.
I was actually about to roll a 1d4, and then you rolled that.
Well, I did roll. Yeah, I rolled for disadvantage, and he still passed. That's unfortunate. That's not as cool as Epic. But yeah, he seems to withstand the. What even is this supposed to be? It's a parasites to appear. He like starts patting his body down and like rubbing up against the rock to try to crush as many of them as possible. And to everybody's surprise, it seems to work. But he's definitely spooked after that one. He's looking towards the other drow with, not that anybody can see the fear in his eyes, but he's clearly barking some kind of request. Don't do that, Nathaniel. You look like Keanu Reeves when you're upside down.
Do it. Oh, it's control. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, we can go ahead and begin the real rolls.
I am the initiative god. Which kind of sucks because I kind of have to BRP, but we'll handle my turn real quick. Real quick, boys. Lightning round.
Where's my Tiber 1? Tiber, roll initiative so I can see you won.
He's gonna get a 1 again. I think he's busy doing something real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna BRP then.
Yeah, all good.
And then there were 2.
Ah, this is the creature you were thinking of? That you DM'd
Yeah.
me?
Yeah. They are in. What was it called? Indistinguishable from a cave formation.
I guess I should browse
very
the
similar.
Underdark environments, anything with an environment Underdark, to see if it's epic.
There is that, and then there's the Darkling, which is right above it in the bestiary. There's something else though that I can't remember the name of that we found. That's like basically always invisible or something. Don't show me ape.
I feel like for combat's sake, the homebrew class and race stuff is working out pretty well, but like you guys are definitely getting your money's worth out of
Yeah.
We still Tiberless?
I think so. Is Three Crow here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Roll initiative.
That's right, sir.
Okay.
We thought you were.
Still in order.
Oh my god, he actually got a 1. How the fuck is that?
I called it.
That's impressive.
All right, Three Crow, you can take a nap.
You don't
Dude,
gotta
that's
say
an
that twice.
expensive nap.
All right, Nathaniel, you've got 2 momentum already from your earlier renditions. So, what shall you do with that?
All right. So bonus action, Nathaniel's gonna drop his heavy crossbow, and he's gonna draw a. He's gonna draw a javelin,
Okay.
fresh one, and he's gonna move like so that. Well, have he been shot yet? This guy?
Nope. He's just watching.
He'll come over, and he's gonna throw a javelin at him with his main action. Does that hit?
That does not hit. Just barely.
Oh,
He ducks
motherfucker.
underneath it with a smirk still on his face, though he's maybe a little bit shook by how close that was.
Wait, I have +2.
From
I have 1
yeah,
momentum.
from your. That's right. Okay, never mind. Roll the damage, son. All right, not
5
so
damage.
not so smug anymore. As the javelin, do you want it 300 style, ripping open his cheek or something? What are we doing with this? Where are you aiming?
Yeah, that's 300 style. A bit more than just a flesh wound, but because it's 5 damage.
Yeah.
But like his cheek's cut open.
Yeah. The side of his face, adding another scar to his weathered complexion, and you hear him cry out with like an "ooh," but it like starts off in genuine pain, and then it ends a little bit too much in enjoyment for your liking, Nathaniel. Like a
Oh, what a sick fuck.
You see his tongue kind of like dangle out towards where the wound is, and he just looks at you with another devious grin on his face as he brandishes a fearsome-looking scimitar.
This is disgusting. So now I can do I don't have many items that actually like. All right. So what else do I do here? Because I can deploy an action deploy an item as a free action. So I have manacles of a lock. Can I say that as a free action I lock my I lock my sword onto my into my arm again.
Yeah, sure.
With the manacles and the lock. And then he says in Elvish, "You want a good time, you sick fuck? Come and get me."
There's a strange little flicker in his eyes as he reaches down to grab more firm hold of his scimitar, and then he clicks his heels together a little bit with one foot moving against the other. Suddenly,
Oh my god, he's anime.
he manifests with a misty step between you and Leoza, and speaking in a more appropriate Elvish tongue says, "My pleasure."
Of course he fucking hits.
Slashing you
Of
for 8
course it
damage.
brings me down.
Oh no. Holy shit, that was pretty epic. Good thing that was his whole turn. So he just stands over your collapsed body. Maybe you're like up against the wall now, like you've fallen back a little bit or something. What do you think?
Dude, Tiber is way better than you.
Dude, he rolled max damage.
He did roll
On a
max
1d6.
damage.
Yeah, but you're down.
Oh my god.
Recency
I hope she
bias.
has some healing.
Yeah, Leoza has your...
Yeah, she has that last sustained healing potion because I only got the minor, so you're good.
Well, you got to get this guy off of you first, but yeah, you should be good.
Yeah, that too.
With satisfied
He
with
actually
his work.
animated me.
Yeah, he did animate. He teleported behind you and everything. With a smile befitting his work, the drow looks over at the rest of the group and says, sort of gestures without saying anything. His blade dripping with Nathaniel's blood. You'll hear a sound from Eric as like a groan of anguish and pain and watching that. And Leoza has like you can't see her face, but she's like trying to be stoic about the situation. Does Tiber have much of a reaction to this?
Tiber is looking a little excited now that there's an actual challenge, but he's also worried about Nathaniel going down.
Indeed. Seeking to
Like I was dead.
perhaps seeking to like seize upon this opportunity, the orc leaps towards the fallen Nathaniel, and in doing so triggers the trap. Can you remind me exactly what that was doing? Let's see. Hunting trap.
I thought he died from the
we
arrow.
killed him.
No, he's got.
Yeah.
He was at. He's. I told you guys he was at his last legs.
Oh.
So he's taking the
Oh,
one
he-
damage from moving through the
Oh,
caltrops, and then
That's really sad.
why?
Eric was so happy that he hit something. I thought he was so happy that
No,
hit
he
something.
just missed everything else apparently, according to what he was
That
saying.
guy's depressing.
Alright, so it's not letting me deploy this for whatever reason, so it says when you use your action to set it, this trap forms a sawtooth steel ring that snaps shut when a creature steps on the pressure plate. The
Right.
trap is fixed by a heavy chain. The creature that steps on the plate must succeed on a DC 13 dexterity saving throw or take 1d4 piercing damage and stop moving.
Yeah.
And then there's stuff about breaking through.
Well.
It's dead. 1d4.
Well.
I like the idea that a steel claw trap does less damage than a caltrop.
No, it does 1d4.
3. He was rolling a
Oh.
check and he rolled a 1.
Yeah, that's the dex check. That's his. So the trap just snaps shut over him and he collapses over, bleeding out, soon to be dead. You see like a very
at least
slight
my plan.
grimace to the drow, as if like, I do this great performance and then this happens, but then he looks upon the corpse and smirks again.
Yeah, no, this guy needs to die. See, I might be
This guy's
physically
a
ugly.
Flanesh worshiper.
I might be physically ugly, but this guy's like actually ugly. Bonk.
And the drow is
Space,
almost
Eric.
immediately crushed by the morning star of Eric, staggering backwards, is exclaiming now, as if in some sort of strange, perverted combination of agony and pleasure. He's his cries of pain turning into moans as he looks upon Eric with like real genuine gratefulness in his eyes. You give me such scars. Eric is also disgusted.
This is like a character I found in Baldur's Gate 3 that one time.
I don't remember that.
Nathaniel is happy that he is unconscious for this.
As if he was starting to activate, the drow is starting to like, he's like groaning and moaning in pleasure and like saying many things that that Eric refuses to like respond to, and Leoza just kind of shuts him up with a quick chill touch, and the man falls unconscious to the ground. There's some scurrying from around the bend, but it doesn't seem like it's going this way. It looks like more so like it's fleeing. All right, Coxie, aka Kyle. You've got an unconscious drow man, and a conscious orc man, and a dead orc man, and an unconscious Nathaniel man. What do you do?
Alright, unconscious but alive drow.
Yes, he's alive, but he is unconscious.
Similar state as Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Alright. That means he might be important. But also, I hate drow.
Emphasis on might.
But also, I hate orcs. So, this is really tough for me.
Active threat.
You can't speak, you're dead. I mean, unconscious.
Yeah, that was just the voice of God.
Oh, wait, I have that weird shadow magic thing that makes me forget that living creatures and dead creatures should be treated differently. So maybe Kyle thinks you're dead. Alright, Kyle will scurry along the ceiling. Closer to the orc.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I have an idea to run by you.
Okay.
And if we just want to ask if it would work. So if I go right above the orc, are there enough stalactites that I could thunderclap them to fall onto the orc?
I think that would probably depend on how much damage you roll or something like that for the thunderclap, but you can. So how does thunderclap work? It's like a radius around you, right?
It's just. Oh wait, no. This is you create a burst of thunderous sound. So I guess it's not really a vibration.
No, sound is a vibration. So that makes sense.
That's true. That can be heard up to 100 feet away. Each creature within range must make a con saving throw or take 1d6 thunder damage.
Right. So what is the range is what I was asking.
I don't think that's... Oh, range is self. Why is the target a 100-foot cube?
Yeah, that's how much range it is. I think.
It originates around yourself, and then it's 100 foot
The
cube.
target is 100 feet cube. Wait.
Yeah, that's...
Eh?
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I don't...
Yeah,
I
no.
think that's a little bugged. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work.
Can be heard.
If I remember correctly, it's 10 feet.
Range is
It's 10
5
feet
feet.
You're
range.
doing
Jason has this
first
spell.
level
Yeah.
thunderclap.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
dude,
Jason has this spell. It's 10
That
feet.
is not correct.
I think there's an extra 0 somewhere over there.
Thunderstorm.
I don't know how they got an extra 0 in there. I didn't configure the spell.
I think I may have fixed it, so
Thundergall.
feel free to use it again.
I also can't delete them.
Yeah, you put it outside. Oh, no, never mind. I got it.
Or purple.
I thought it was outside the map, and I was going to be like, yep, I think that's going to be there for a while.
No, I can't.
The fuck?
I don't know. That's how it came out.
Okay, we just know the radius is a 10-foot cube. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So you're just doing it, like, around the orc, basically. It's a 5-foot
Yeah, so I
cube.
guess
So what it would be is, like, originating there.
All right. So depending on how much damage I do, it depends on how many stalactites fall in him.
Correct, yeah,
Is
and
the
he's
idea?
also, like, because it's 5 feet around... It said it originated around you?
Yeah. It's
So
from me.
he wouldn't roll the con save because he
Yeah,
it's not within
targeting
5
him.
feet because you're 30 feet.
Yeah. Oh, that's a 1.
Rest in peace.
I think that's exactly how much damage translates onto him from a falling object. That's what I think.
He gets hit by a single rock.
Yeah. And then he looks up and sees a
I
Coxie,
will
and he's
now
like,
have nothing.
ah! And starts to freak out because there's a giant spider thing dropping spikes on him.
The giant spider thing dropping spikes on that is the face of some ungodly
Oh, yeah.
creature.
That's even worse. Giant spider goblin thing.
Wait, is that a cantrip?
Thunderclap?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
yeah.
Oh, it can be heard 100 feet
Yeah,
away.
that's why it was
Yeah,
100
I just
feet.
don't know why the measured template is.
Because
I don't think
it was
that's-
apparently tracking how wide
Yes.
the hearing
Yeah.
is. Yeah, that's pretty silly.
That's a little silly.
Wow, it is a cantrip.
All right.
1d6 is not that high for a cantrip. All right. So with him being terrified because there's a giant spider with an ungodly face, rocks on him, Akaxi is going to look at him and he is going to say, "Oh, no. Now's the time to run."
Well, I'm not
Okay,
even going to have him
spider.
roll for that because he is already terrified,
That's also a 12.
by the way.
By the way.
4 threes.
And then I still have 10 feet of movement left, but I don't know if I'll use it. Sure. I don't want to be near that big squid wall thing.
Well, he is indeed going to run for it.
Oh, please let me cocoon this drow.
And then
Let me cocoon Nathaniel.
you hear a sudden stopping of his tracks and blade puncturing
Yeah.
flesh.
Oh. Did he get squidded?
Wave 2. Kill the cowards so the others don't flee.
Tiber, the man that you had initially hoped would be a challenge for you, has already been subdued. But there's a louder presence pulling at you from the northeast. The same presence that you initially heard before this scuffle. As if you hear first you feel the earth shaking in that direction a bit more notably than before, and then you and the rest of your party will hear a very faint, distant clapping, as if in celebration of this conquest.
Oh no.
Be on your guard. I'm gonna check something out.
Can I use my reaction and tell him that that's a bad idea? I just sent it to you in DMs Pro. That is the creature we had first talked about. I guess there's 2 of them.
I guess, but before I go any further beyond my 20 feet, am I able to see up the cliff from here? Like, is there any sign of what made the noise, or no?
So the hill that leads up to that, if you wanted to see it, you'd have to be a little bit closer. Like, I think if you move one more square this way, you might be able to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It seems vacant, but there's a stirring further up.
Nathaniel, your pet rock is being an idiot.
All right, I'll move here, and then I will prepare. Well, let me see.
At the very edge of the torchlight, there is a creature moving back and forth as if in celebration of your conquest. It's a sickly-looking thing. A sunken skull, sharp fangs where normal teeth would be, a lanky build, metal that barely covers much of its body. It's certainly unsightly. And upon its person dangle 2 very large cleaver-looking blades. But it doesn't have them out right now. Instead, it is clapping as it wanders in a circular or elliptical shape, not having looked at you yet.
Tiber will prepare a arrow shot just in case it seems to approach with like a hostile intent. But for now, he'll also reconstituting aura just in case.
Okay.
That'll be his turn.
Got it. All right. Nathaniel is unconscious and on the ground. So I say a death save is probably worth it here, since it's his turn. Okay. So I think you get like 3 of those and then you're out. 3 fails.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Gone.
He's next to the healer. He'll be all right.
The healer reveals she's a warlock and resurrects me as an undead.
The drow reveals he's not actually unconscious and kills you from the dead.
Yeah, the drow emerges with, like...
Are you fucking with me?
He rolls a natural 20. He stirs and begins to kind of scatter, sort of shimmying backwards away from from where he just was as he looks around at all 3 of his conscious, the victors of this battle, and says, with a cough and like a sputter, says, Oh, I would so love to stay, but I think I'm needed elsewhere. And then he clicks his heels one more time, barely able to make the effort work, as he begins to vanish further on into the cavern and scrambles up to his feet in an attempt to start moving.
This motherfucker.
He only gets to go half of his movement though, right? Because he stood up.
Oh yeah, you're right. So he teleported here, and then he would do 1, 2... Sure. Good, remember.
Alright, Eric, chase him down. Be a Giga Chad. Chase him down, boy. Shoot him. Shoot him in the back.
This is my time.
Go right here, here.
I'm the hunter.
Go here. Get an angle. Shoot him.
He likes you too much. He's too nice.
No. Leoza. Leoza has the healing potion. Eric, you're my
I'm trying
boy.
to
You're my
metagame.
main man. You just go, boom, 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 shoot. There's no way he made it all the way around the fucking corner. No way. Or, if he's a real Giga Chad, he can go this way, jump over, go this way, and shoot him in the ass.
Eric
Come on,
stows
Eric.
his.
Come on.
Eric immediately stows his blade and reaches forward to grab a potion from Leoza before
Fucking
providing it to Nathaniel.
you piece of shit. Dora spits on you. This is why you know
but what happens if Leoza fails to heal you as well, and then it also just decided they didn't want to heal you, and then you nat 1 the death saving throw and you're dead forever?
Well, that's their problem.
That's actually your problem.
Nathaniel, consciousness returns to you as the healing liquid takes root, restoring some of your wounds, but you still feel quite grim after that.
Nathaniel rises to his feet, touching absent-mindedly the major
You and
wound
me have the same
that's now only barely healed, where the drow had stabbed him. He wipes some blood from his mouth and says, "What is the situation?"
Leoza pipes up next and says, "Somehow that cur woke up from his dirt nap and used whatever magic he used to get here, to get out. We've just healed you. The rest of them are gone, but Tiber has gone to investigate whatever he heard up north. It doesn't seem like we're being followed any longer, and the last orc that retreated is dead. Or so I hear."
Did he look weak?
The orc or the drow? The answer is yes for both
The
of them.
drow. Then looking to Kyle, Nathaniel says, if you want to prove yourself useful, quick, climb over the ledge. Blast him in the back. He couldn't have made it far. And these are your tunnels, aren't they? You are the hunter. Put him down.
Kyle will respond on his turn.
Yeah.
Kyle will look at you and say, "Where's your human pride?"
All right,
On the
Akaxi.
floor.
Yeah, I got him. Akaxi, as you round the corner, you'll see that the flame has rematerialized, and that one drow is standing over it, beckoning for the other to, as if beckoning for the other to move in.
Wrong language.
With a chitter, Kyle will go, "Oh, no, not so fast. I know I can't use my pheromones because it's 30 feet since I'm in the air, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Just making sure.
He's got 1 health, bro.
Well, I
Oh
nat
my
one, so
fuck.
he actually escapes.
Well, remember you have you have
Except he does.
yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Height advantage.
Height advantage. Height advantage.
Which is +4.
Yeah.
Can I send screenshots here?
I know his AC is exactly fucking 14.
No, it's
Which means I pass.
no,
It's 15.
15.
Oh, my fuck me, man. This motherfucker.
I will redeem you in one way, Akaxi Kyle. Kylesy. That as you let out your magic aimed directly for the drow, the one closer to the portal raised one hand, and a beam of impossibly colored energy oscillating between red, black, green, and blue shoots forth from their fingertips and neutralizes your magic before you can even strike at your target.
Oh, he burned a counterspell. And that means that guy's fucking high level. Holy shit.
All right, and my dagger misses.
Where's your spider pride?
You're the one who almost died.
My trap plan killed a man.
It did. It actually
Right.
saved your life in the process, so that's pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have 5 feet of movement left, I guess, so. Oh, you know, plus 15 feet walking, so there you go.
Indeed, indeed. Well, it's Tiber's turn as the drow are making their escape. Nothing is stirred. The creature continues its warbling, applauding movement, yet to properly look at you, or even acknowledge your presence.
Well, I'm assuming I don't know the drow is escaping because I'm over here.
Right. You would have heard like
So-
a shouting and scuffling and maybe the faint voice of Nathaniel, but unless you turn around and go investigate, you won't know.
Tiber will take a few more steps forward with his bow still drawn, and he'll yell out at the creature. Who are you? State your purpose.
The strange, lanky, animalistic creature sort of crouches down into a bizarre pose before properly looking at you for the first time, and then stands up as if attempting to mirror your stature. Its arms and legs move and warble in strange ways that you know human bodies don't unless they're severely injured. But this creature seems in good health, relatively speaking, as it sort of hisses out Sigh, my name is Skinmore. I watch.
And why should I allow it?
Because I am pleased. And if I am pleased, Bonemore is pleased.
So you will leave after this?
Perhaps. Maybe with you, big great one. Maybe with all of you, if you follow Skinmore to Emitar's embrace.
Tiber is like very closely watching the body language of this alien and unknown creature. Is he able to read anything at all here?
You want to roll an insight?
Okay.
Okay. With a 16 of insight, Tiber, you look over the creature and it seems excited, exuberant, very pleased with what it's seen so far. You're getting the feeling that it's genuinely happy to make your acquaintance and with the possibility of you accompanying it to wherever Emitar's embrace is, and whatever it is. It seems like this is a good thing, like something good has happened this day. That's the vibe that you're getting from this creature as it's doing its best to convince you. It's like as if it's trying to persuade you that it would be a good time.
I know not the place you speak, whether or not we can trust you. You will stay there until my compatriots join me.
And I will hold my action. I won't fire on it right away if it approaches, but if it tries to get within like 15 feet of me, I will loose an arrow.
Right here, upon this ledge. Well, I have laid here for some time, waiting for someone like you. So I shall wait. And he returns to sort of dancing, moving, clapping, as if you had never talked to him, returning to exactly what he was doing before.
Oh, you're not gonna let me get one last stab in right when it was my turn. So he's in range.
Well, you can go.
Oh
You
my
can go
God,
take
he's
a
in
look, but you
range.
haven't even heard. Like Kyle hasn't even told you anything yet, and you haven't even. You see him return.
Oh no, Nathaniel would immediately have burst up like nothing fucking happened and run after the guy who fled combat. That's just his instinct.
Well, here's a question for you. 3 Crow. When you are healed, you're still on the ground, like if you've been downed. So then you need to spend part of your time getting up, correct? And then you can only move like half your feet or whatever?
Whenever you're reduced to 0 hit points, you're considered prone.
Correct.
So if you're brought back to 1, then you have to spend half your movement getting up.
Right, in this case he was healed with a healing potion, so it's brought more than that. But he would still need to spend half of his movement getting up anyway. So then he would need to go 3 squares, and then if he wanted to do something else, he would have to dash, right? To get like the rest of his movement. But then he wouldn't really be able to do anything because that would be his action.
But he'd at least be able to get closer, and the enemy would be in his vision range, so he would know where they go.
Yeah, correct. So feel free to position yourself as such if you wish to pursue them.
15 movement. Let's see him. How do I? So is this a hill?
This cliff here is too sheer to climb unless you're Kyle. And
Not about climbing, just like height-wise.
height-wise,
Could I
that
feasibly
goes
lob something over it.
well. It goes up to the roof, so probably not. Like, there's maybe some things
did you
that some
climb on?
angles that you could maybe try to, like, if you arced it between rocks or whatever, it would be a really hard shot though.
Okay, I'd like to take the shot.
All right. Well, he got a natural 20 to escape your capture, so maybe you'll get one too to try to condemn him one last time.
All right. Do I use the +1 dagger? They're fleeing, so I can always pick it up.
Is height advantage +1 per 10 feet or +2 per 10 feet?
I think we decided on +1 per 10 feet, but I'm open to renegotiating that rule at some point later, like between sessions or what have you.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just curious.
Do I still have my momentum or no? Oh wait, a turn has passed, so I lose it. And I don't think it would make sense to stab someone or myself for 1 momentum,
Especially when you don't have an action.
even though that would make sense as rules is written.
You don't have an action.
Actually, could I still see him?
He has an action. He spent all of his movement.
Oh,
Yeah, I have an
right.
action.
I
Why
thought
do
he
you-
I thought he dashed so he could. I was assuming he was gonna dash so he could then throw a weapon at the drow with a bonus action.
No, he's gonna try to like angle his javelin throw. If he hits really high, then like basically it's adding AC to the
My
guy.
dagger throw. So
Oh yeah, dagger throw.
I think it would actually be easier since it's a smaller thing.
It would be
can't get
far
hit on the
easier.
rocks as hard.
Oh, it would be far easier to just full action dash or action dash and then bonus action throw the dagger.
Oh yeah, I forgot dagger throws are bonus action.
Yeah, if you're throwing something that is a throwable weapon, like
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, we're gonna go over here.
all right,
stab
let's
his
see
ass.
if you hit him, and let's see if you hit him
This
and
is
do
30.
actual lethal damage.
Well, we're shooting the guy with 1 health.
Well, yeah, but I guess he's already knocked out. Woo! There's your natural 20, son.
I would have hit you regardless, you sick fuck.
Fucking got him, dude.
That's what he likes.
The more elder of the two drow is beckoning towards the brazier as your dagger plunges directly through his heart, cutting him down and having him collapse where he stands. He's sort of convulsing as he hits the ground, bleeding, and one final sort of haggard cry or plea, perhaps, for more escapes his lips. The other drow looks towards you, Nathaniel, his eyes able to pierce you even in the dark, and with a sneer turns around and vanishes through the flame, leaving his bleeding compatriot to certain death.
Alrighty.
Ah, I found your human pride. It's time to go find Tiber. He said something was wrong.
Nathaniel will head over quickly to get his dagger. He won't take the time to loot since he said something was wrong with Tiber. He'll rush over.
Eric will.
Telling the truth. Did Tiber find trouble?
We're not sure, says Leoza. Eric looks you over and says, "You got him?"
Dead as a doornail. We'll loot it. We'll check his body after.
Leo,
Tiber's a giant, but I don't want to leave him around after what I've seen here today.
I'd like to take a moment to close the fire, since it seems to have been started again.
You and Eric do that. I'll catch up with Tiber. Best that we don't split up too much. And we'll say that I retrieve all my stuff as I come this way, except for the things that would actually take time to grab, like the javelin, like the
Caltrops and the trap,
traps.
yeah, the javelins you've got back, sure.
javelins, the crossbow that I dropped on the ground, stuff like that.
Okay. So, as Acoxy
Race.
moves closer to Tiber, you'll see a has Tiber already started moving back? Because at this point you're basically done with your conversation as Nathaniel and Acoxy, aka Kyle, are moving towards you. So I don't know what Tiber's been doing, or like is he starting to turn around and look for his party members? Or is he just waiting and watching the creature? Oh, I don't know if Three Crow's here.
I'm here.
Three Crow's here.
What was the question?
I was asking if Tiber had turned around to go back to his party members, or if he's just standing here watching the creature and waiting for them to come to him.
Yeah, I guess he would be listening for the first signs of someone approaching to catch up with him.
Okay. Well, the first one to get there is going to be Kyle, who skitters over and just in time to see the ground illuminated by Tiber's torch.
Ah,
Yeah.
Kyle, do you recognize this creature?
Now that I'm a little closer to the abomination, do I recognize it as something I've seen before, or a species I've seen before?
Like I said, it has characteristics of like goblin or human, but it's neither of those things. You can roll a history check
Guess you
for
get
something
angry,
else, but that's what you've learned so far.
Is it in view yet, or am I still too far?
All right, I'm gonna assume I don't learn anything new.
It is in
and
view for you,
Kyle-
Nathaniel, but go ahead. What's Acoxy doing?
Kyle will say to Tiber, saying, "Yes, this is the one I saw earlier, the one that you sensed somehow."
What do you make of it?
It's something.
It seems to be pleased with the fact that we defeated the orcs, but I don't like it.
Who are you?
You talking to the thing?
Yeah, I know who the other two are.
I was just making sure. The creature finishes dancing as it is addressed again, and it looks up at you in the stalactites and says,
"Ah, creature in the spikes, I am Skinmore."
Why are you interested in us?
Skinmore watches. I am interested in anything that kills orcs and drow.
Nathaniel comes forward and says, "What are you, Skinmore? What do you call your people?"
adopting a more animalistic pose atop one of the rocks so that it can clamber up and look at you in the eye, Nathaniel. It says,
Greetings, Drow Slayer. I am a Gremish. Half goblin, half other.
Have I ever heard of a Gremish?
not in the term Gremish, but a half goblin you have heard of, though it was not something that looked like this. Let's just say this seems to have been a goblin and something uglier than a goblin.
So a greenskin, then. Yet you delight in the killing of these orcs and these drow. What quarrel you have with them?
Skidmore seems to frown a little bit though it's hard to tell with its facial features.
I take after my mother's side.
Then, with a more softened expression,
Besides, you said it earlier, the enemy of your enemy. And now that is me, Skinmore and Bonemore.
Bournemore is a Grimish as well.
Bonemore is big.
Nathaniel narrows his eyes. Bigger than my giant?
Skinmore's eyes widen as he kind of angles his head a little bit differently, but still looking directly at you in an uncanny manner, and says,
Bigger. Bigger. More.
Nathaniel takes a moment and says, oh, he takes a moment and looks at him cautiously and says, then it is good that you will report well on us to your Bonemore.
Skinmore looks around between Tiber, Akaxi, and Nathaniel, and then says,
You could follow Skinmore if you wish to meet Bonemore. We go to Emitar's embrace. We find shiny things. We find evil things.
Do I know what that is?
Yes, I will tell you in your character thread.
Nathaniel will respond and say, I will have to consult with the rest of my companions. I am not the sole voice of this group. We represent a much larger organization. No doubt you've seen signs of our handiwork earlier, if you've been scurrying long enough. But stay here, and perhaps we will take you up on that audience with Bonemore.
Skinmore nods vigorously and says,
Yes, consult, consult. Skinmore stays here.
And he settles back into some kind of strange rhythm of clapping, and occasionally now letting out a bit of a hoot, a holler, clearly more excited than before.
One more thing. Nathaniel points in the direction that the idol was. Is that yours or the orcs?
Oh, that is very old. Skinmore doesn't know about it, but Skinmore watches just in case.
So no objections if I burn it from you or Bonemore.
It has stayed the same since Skinmore was born. Maybe time for a change.
In the name of her radiance, then, I will make this change. Then he turns to Tiber and Kyle. He says, let's regroup, and we'll discuss this with the rest.
Any thoughts from the rest of the group?
Kyle is just studying this strange creature.
What's Tiber think?
Crow.
Yeah, that's probably accurate.
I mean, the creature's just excited for us to have cleared the cavern. It's not really doing anything right now. And you guys are nearby me, and we're all just kind of watching this.
Well, I just had a full negotiation with it.
Yeah,
About
Nathaniel
me.
basically
She's
said
going.
that us as a party are going to discuss our next steps forward and whether or not we should follow it to Bonemore.
Who is stated to be much, much bigger than you.
I don't know if it's wise to go following it.
Nathaniel steps closer and he says, in a whisper, I share your concerns, Tiber, but we were sent here on a scouting mission. And if there is something much larger than you down here, you should see it, determine its threat, and report to the company. Better to meet it on good terms than bad, yes?
What if it leads us into a trap?
Then we kill it.
And how many more?
What? You said what?
And how many more?
How many more what? Apps or creatures?
How many more would we have to kill if it led us into a trap? He's
As many as needs be. Perhaps we send back another we send back Eric as another report. Tell the group where we're going and why. Things go south, then at least this knowledge will also make it. Besides,
Or
I think you could take 20 of them.
we keep it dancing, and we wait for Kristoff to return.
Nathaniel looks to his wounds and says, Aye, perhaps we rest. Get it to agree. And then we return. Then once he returns, move out.
I'd like to see Amatar's embrace sooner than later. Truth be told, I wasn't sure it was real. One of those kinds of legends, myths. But I heard it whispered, as if it was important, in the previous place.
Nathaniel narrows his eyes and says, You'll have much to share with the rest of us then. But quick, let's get moving. Alright, we've been away long enough with the others, and they deserve a word. They deserve a say in this.
It's around that time that the others actually return from where they were and see you up ahead.
Nathaniel moves to meet them halfway.
Leoza steps forth to catch up with Eric and says, We've taken out the... whatever that is. I don't quite like it. It seems it was disturbed or some such by the drow that left. Your target is still dead on the floor. No surprises this time, it seems.
Anything of value on him?
Eric will kind of shrug and say, Chain shirt's pretty marked. Probably not worth keeping anymore, unless you want to lug around a 20-pound trophy. But he did have this, and he brandishes a pair of glassware, one of them filled with a red liquid, likely healing, the other a yellow liquid. Eric says, Alchemist fire. Might come in handy in the dark.
Aye, good fine. What was the blade he used to nick me? It gets rather poetic if I could get my hands on it.
You can tell that Eric is smiling underneath his helmet as he produces a scimitar and offers it to you.
Nathaniel takes it, and then... Does Eric look like a strength character, or...
Sure. I mean, he's using a Morning Star. You get the sense that he has a good bit of heft to his muscles. You've never seen him outside of his armor, but he certainly has delivered a couple crushing blows before.
So would the heavy crossbow be better than the bow he's carrying on him?
Oh, yeah.
Just from a stats line?
Yeah, for sure.
So Nathaniel will say, it's only right that you get something... It's only right that I give you something in return for saving my life. And he hands him the heavy crossbow. May you hit many more things with it.
Scarcely believing what he's been able to procure, he'll say, "Oh yeah, Kristoff's never going to believe any of this. Hopefully he's back soon."
Aye. We'll have to discuss that. Perhaps it's best if Tybor fills you in on how this encounter started. Then I'll continue about what I negotiated with the Thing.
"The Thing?" asks Leoza. "Tybor, what
Nathaniel
thing?"
spits on the ground. Crow!
I'm here.
Leoza was asking
just
you
been
how
asked.
how you came to find Skidmore and what it is. Like, it's basically like an introduction type of question.
And was here, wandering back and forth, delighted over our victory.
Delighted. He takes a few steps further and then properly takes it in. My. Well, he's a looker.
You could say that.
What was he so delighted by? Us vanquishing things that looked slightly nicer than him?
You there? My companions have arrived. Tell them, why does our presence please you?
Leoza steps forth interested. Eric is a little bit more grossed out by the sight, but he stays back a little bit. Skidmore once again stops his dancing and looks over towards the party and says,
Yes, the magic one. Well, the magic one on the ground. I am Skidmore. I watch. I am pleased. No more orcs. No more drow. No more cursed fire. It is such an eyesore.
Leoza looks back to you, Tybor, and says, "So he's pleased, right? This is not him being angry?"
I've never seen one of these things before. For all I know, he could be sad.
Skidmore
Calls
not
itself a
sad.
Gremish, if any of you know what that is. Claims to be half goblin, half... well... pig, from my guess, but I don't think it would take it well.
I only care about whether or not we should kill it.
Skidmore is watching, but has not said anything. He seems to be hearing everything that is being said, but he's still got his happy-looking expression, if you can call it that. Like he's ready to burst into dancing at any time. Oh, Tybor said, "I only care if we should about whether we should kill it or not."
Akaxi will pipe up from his web, saying, "No, we're not killing it. We're not killing Skidmore, I should say. We're letting him take us to the ever mystical... oh, I forget the name. Ever mystical Emitar's embrace."
Doesn't seem to land for Eric, but Leoza looks right up at you, Akaxi, and says, "Amatar? What is that, some sort of crypt?"
It's the mythical, legendary, I should say, crypt of a former Tenebral king. Almost.
King, you say? Nathaniel steps forward. I did not know there was such civilization down here.
Leoza turns to face everybody, like even stepping back so that she can look at everybody, and says, "We need to go there immediately."
Nathaniel raises an eyebrow. Should I even bother telling you about his friend Bonemore? A giant bigger than Tybor?
What was Akaxi going to say?
Coxie is just muttering to himself,
Oh, okay.
but quite loudly, saying how quickly Nathaniel loses control.
Well, Nathaniel's busy talking, so he probably doesn't hear that. But
Yeah.
Leoza says, "I'm sure you can fill me in on the journey, however long it may be. But you heard the... What are you again?" Looking up at Akaxi.
An Aranask.
You heard the Aranask. This is a crypt of a king, and it's apparently mythical. I only learned of its existence, not of its status as a legend. It could hold things very, very powerful indeed, or it could hold a horde of creatures hell-bent on stamping out the surface world. We need to identify what's there, and make a very detailed report.
I agree. However, I think it would be wise if we rest first. Wait for... What's the other guy's name? Christopher or whatever?
Yeah.
Wait for Christoph to come back. Fill him in and have him return to camp with our report. I don't want this dying with us if things go wrong.
You think Christoph is coming back? He left for a reason. I say we just go now.
Eric looks up towards...
We told him to.
Yeah, Eric looks up towards Kyle and is like... seemingly about to say something, but then Nathaniel interrupts and Eric just nods. I like the idea that he's slowly just rotating in a circle in his web as this is happening.
XD.
Leoza looks towards Nathaniel and says, "I understand that you're injured. I'm sure there are some injuries we could sleep off, but if the drow are already there, and they're alerted to our presence, that would be a problem."
The creature already said it wanted us to meet Bonemore first. We'll be delayed either way.
Yes, but we won't be sleeping and then meeting Bonemore.
And perhaps just a short rest then. A couple hours. Lick our wounds. I don't want to walk into a trap in this state. And I don't want to use our last font of great healing.
With a smug smile, if you can call it that, on such a weird-looking creature, Akaxi will say, "Well, if Bonemore is so big, why don't you just sleep on him on the way there?"
There's a strange barking chuckle from Skinmore at that.
I doubt he'd be very comfortable at that size. I'm not a many-limbed creature like you. I don't simply lay wherever there's a nice, filthy pit.
And here I was about to offer you a cot.
You have those?
No, I spin them.
Of course.
And with that, he'll start walking away towards Skinmore, making his vote, casting his vote.
If we were going to leave this up to a vote, I wonder how that would work. I guess Leoza would probably lean towards where Akaxi's going. But I don't know what Tiber, Nathaniel, and Eric would think. Obviously, Nathaniel's saying to stay for at least long enough to rest.
Nathaniel will say to Tiber, It's your call. I would prefer the rest for at least a couple hours. I doubt that our position will be overrun merely for that delay.
We have dealt with the
But if you
enemies
think
here.
it's wise... Go ahead.
We should tend our wounds, but I'm merely here to be paid, so it is really her call.
She looks she's got like a concerned look aimed towards Skidmore, but says, "We should be able to spare at least 1 hour, but no more than that. If Kristoff has not returned by then, well, we go. Is that agreeable?" She turns back towards Nathaniel.
Nathaniel nods his head.
"And to you, Aranask," as Leoza looks up at you. 1 hour, then we move.
Well, if we're all being agreeable. And he'll nod his head and begin to try and spin a hammock between two stalactites.
Skidmore claps once more, but not in a pattern of sing-song or dance, instead in a more jubilant, sort of rapid-fire clap, as he seems to be literally jumping for joy. 1 hour, and then we take you to Emitar's embrace.
All right. So we get it ready for a short rest then.
Hell yeah, brothers. That's like not quite the perfect cliffhanger would be seeing the beginning of Emitar's embrace, but this is a pretty good cliffhanger.
All right, I
I
have
would
to eat
like to
two
note that
rations.
during the short rest, Nathaniel would like to get pen and paper off someone, and then during that hour he would write, "We're going to this because we came across a Gremish, possible major danger." Not to where it's like everything, but like just enough that if Kristoff comes back, he'd kind of get the gist of this is the direction we're generally heading, and there's something big that's a big deal that's happening,
Right.
and then he would look for a spot that would, I guess he would go by the fire pit here, and then he would dig a little hole, and he would mark it with a primitive symbol of our mercenary company,
Okay.
and put the paper, maybe with, if we have a glass flask or anything like that, like an empty health potion or something, he would roll it up, put it in there, and bury it, and then make the mark, so that if Kristoff came up where, last time we investigated,
Yeah, it was right
he'd be
there,
able to get
basically.
a
Yeah.
very bare bones description of what we got and where we went.
Sounds good.
As when Akaxi is done spinning his hammock, he will climb over and down to the orc that he murdered and cocoon it, and then bring it back to his hammock.
Yeah, I need his hands in my inventory still.
Yeah, I'll just give you the weaponry, but you can you can remember that there's hands there. Eric will be looking at Akaxi in like disbelief and some disgust and maybe a little bit of respect. And he's like, he's really gonna eat that whole orc.
Would I have seen Nathaniel take his hands?
There's a handless orc.
Yeah, he's missing both hands, and there was definitely a lot of dried blood there. So
No, I mean like specifically Nathaniel taking his hands.
I don't think specifically Nathaniel. I mean, you were busy talking to somebody when he was doing that. I think you were talking with Tiber at the time.
Yeah.
So probably not.
Remember. All right. Akaxi will bring the orc back to his hammock, attach it to one of the stalactites, and then kind of look it over fully now and go, ah, it's good. I hated the hands. And then begin to slowly,
Exsanguinate.
yes, exsanguinate.
Drain the body of blood. Well, we know what we're doing. We know where we're going, sort of. What do you guys reckon? How are you guys feeling? First time with these characters?
Pretty epic.
Very much enjoying it.
I think there were already some pretty good moments. I really think the fucking series of nat 20s that we got in this run. We had the nat 20.
There was a lot of crit hits and crit fails.
Yeah, there was. And most of the crit fails
has nothing to do with the characters.
Yeah, most of the crit fails were the orcs. There was one crit fail from, I think it was Kristoff's first attack or something. But the crit successes were all pretty narratively impacting, like the fact that we almost didn't get the Kyle name, and then obviously we had guy wake up and teleport away, only to get daggered
anime
with a crit hit. Like, that was pretty good.
That whole sequence was anime.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Yeah.
Some cool shit. I thought that you guys would either it would go like this, where even though there's only 3 of us, we're taking a good amount of time in the first map, but not. Hopefully, it doesn't feel like it. To me, it feels more like you guys are spending time, like taking your time, being methodical about it, and still like it's not like taking an over long time. That's what I hope is the feeling. It was either that or it was going to be like a fucking steamroller where we're just moving through it real fast. I didn't think there was going to be much of an in-between. But how are you thinking about pacing so far, considering the encounters that you've had?
Oh, we actually managed to get through 2 encounters. Most sessions, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Usually it's like, oh yeah, we have the one encounter, and then we spend debating for 12 years, and then we don't have anything else. We actually managed to get through all of it and not have it feel, kind of
yeah,
rough.
Getting through one map in one session is pretty it's pretty novel these days. So it feels pretty good.
And, well, considering that it's our first time exploring the characters and the campaign, I think we made some pretty good progress.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you guys have a lead on where you're going, some kind of what would normally be like a standard adventuring hook of like stumbling upon a legendary like crypt or something. Probably not for a level 1 set of characters, but that would be like something to start a pretty big adventure. Happens to just be like a secondary thing you're following up on now. But obviously, as Leoza said, there's reason to believe that it's not just whispered fate stuff. It's also like significant to the military exploit that you guys are doing. So hopefully that will all tie together nicely. Glad you guys are feeling like progress was made. I also tried to, this is obviously an environment that lends towards Akaxi's natural ability to climb around and stuff, but I did try to make sure that there was stuff that each character could use, like the orcs had a lot of weapons on them for the weapon master, and then Tiber could use the tremor sense, for example, and things like that. But it did feel like you guys were all using your class features and custom race stuff, so the homebrew seems to have been successful in that front, but obviously if there's questions about balancing or whatever, let me know.
I feel like we're pretty cracked for level 1, but also our enemies have been statted pretty heavily in comparison to the paladin partner or something.
Right.
We're really not that cracked. You died literally, or you went down.
Yeah, because I don't have health, but damage-wise, I'm kind of insane.
Yeah, but that's a reasonable trade-off.
Yeah.
If I didn't have those temporary hit points, I would have been at 1 hit point after the second attack.
Yep. So.
Yeah, well, that's my point. That's my point is that where our opposition, I feel like what we faced here, minus certain spells, could actually have dealt a pretty good blow against some of the other parties. which is funny to think about, and we're level 1.
Nah. I think what we dealt with today gets wiped by the other parties.
Yeah, they still win, but like.
What he means is like if they all focused on a couple of the other party members, one of them might go down, and this was a level 1 encounter for you guys, so it was a bit different, right? Like maybe back when ADS was level 3 or level 2 or something like that. Like
yeah, that seems a little more
I could see a world where some people go down and things are dangerous. So I'm trying to think. Like the first time somebody went down, it was Benson after all of the spider bites from the not Kyle big spider. But after that, has anybody gone down in ADS? I can't. Maybe in a Wrath once or something.
It was the dog. It was Ro.
Oh, Ro went down at one point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
because the Bulette
fight against the tunnel monster.
Yeah, the Bulette.
Yeah, it's because of the Bulette.
We did have to. All right.
So there was so like in recent history that was probably the only other time, and I guess you guys all did technically die in the Paladin partner, but that doesn't deaths to gods don't count,
Yeah.
That was some bullshit. Yeah, that was a good session. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Well,
based.
Glad you guys are enjoying the new homebrew shit, and GG's. It'll be a very good time to see where we go in this one, but keep things fresh in mind, take notes if you need to, or ask for anything that like we missed. I should probably actually put together some kind of session summary for the donor campaigns, because they do meet every 2 weeks, so hopefully that's something that I can fit time in for. Just so that it's easier to go back and look at for like between sessions, to get people reminded of plot points and different things that happened. Otherwise, a lot can get lost in the sauce. So.
That's kind of a side effect of this not being streamed directly, because usually what I do is that I like listen through.
Oh well, I am streaming it. It's just a private stream, like unlisted. So you can still do that. The link is going to be in the Herald's Haven. So.
Okay, then yeah. That's not much of a problem. Then I'll just give this a listen over.
Hell yeah!
Before next session.
I will say, as far as adrenaline weaving goes, the pheromones only working within 10 feet feels kind of weird.
Yeah, it was meant to be like you're already engaged in combat.
Yeah,
and you can do it.
I definitely can see that,
but you're a sorcerer, so you don't really want to be close range.
Yes.
So we might have to work on like.
Well, it could be a good get out of jail free card if you're a sorcerer and
they're in melee.
A big old orc is getting on top of you. Like usually you just be fucked, but you can get him away from you with that.
I can't. It's only a lure.
Yeah, but you can make them. Maybe that would be the thing then. Maybe that's the adjustment. Is you can tell them to go towards a location of your choosing within vision range, and they have to move there with what they can during their next turn or something. So instead of a lure towards you, it's like a lure towards wherever you choose.
Yeah, I just remember because we were trying to make it like the webs themselves are cause the lure, so that makes more sense if I could like lead them towards webs maybe. Or
it's like you
like
spin part of the webbing in front of them, they catch the scent or whatever, and then you spray it in a direction that they follow, right?
Yeah.
So that would be something like that.
That makes more sense. Yeah.
And so maybe then the 10 feet radius doesn't feel as punishing.
10 feet radius. Yeah. Okay.
So
I like that.
Yeah, we can try that instead. So I'll adjust the wording on it so that instead of luring, it says lured towards you. It'll say lured towards
an area,
a direction,
target location.
Yeah, like a location you can see on their next turn. So there you go.
Yeah, because I was trying to lure the idiot back, and I was like, I can't actually reach him because I'm on the ceiling, but that feels like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I guess it makes sense for humanoids in general, just because they would be more resistant to it. So
I guess we could unmute Balethol now, since the thing's over.
He's muted on his own, but I will.
Oh.
Yeah, I will pop the stream off. GG's, gents.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize he rejoined.
He's in.
The man, the myth, the legend.
You.
The three lethal.